6:30 p.m. on December 15th, 2021, and I would like to call the regular board meeting of the Niles, Maine District Library Board to order. Margaret, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Trustee Derblick?
Here.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Here.
Trustee Makula?
Here.
Trustee Rosansky? Trustee Olson?
Here.
Trustee Keene?
Here. Thank you. Item 3 on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Could we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Oh, come this way. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is public comment. At this time, I will reiterate the rules for our board meetings. As board president and presiding officer, it is my responsibility to preserve and maintain decorum at all times during official meetings of the library board. As such, this board will not tolerate outbursts and interruptions during our meetings. I am asking that each member... Thank you. I am asking that each member of the public respect that and to conduct yourself accordingly. If, on the other hand, you do interfere with the orderly conduct of the meeting or you persist in disorderly, disruptive conduct, I will ask you to leave the meeting. Any conduct which interrupts the consideration of the library district business is considered disruptive, including but not limited to shouting out, clapping, snapping, hissing during the meeting. Public participation and comment will be permitted during the public comment portion of the agenda, consistent with the library rules. Remarks shall be made from the speaker's podium only. Abusive and profane comments will not be permitted and will be promptly ruled out of order. If you persist, you will no longer be allowed to speak. The board vests in me, as the board president, the authority to terminate the remarks of speakers who fail to adhere to the rules. Individuals addressing the board must at all times adhere to the library policies and other rules as may be necessary for the efficient and orderly conduct of the meeting. All public comments shall be addressed to the board as a whole, and no comments shall be addressed to individual members of the board, library staff, or other members of the public body. Thank you. Okay. Cindy, may I ask you to call the first person in public comment?
Elliot Osherman.
Good evening, folks. My name is Elliot Osherman of CARTTS. I'll spell my name for you. That's ELIOTOSHERMAN. My topic tonight is Board Policy 3.27. All of the comments that follow are addressed to the entirety of the board. Before I start the gist of my comments, I'd like to make 9 declarative statements. 1, I will neither be interrupted nor silenced. 2, we will neither be interrupted nor silenced. 3, the community will neither be interrupted nor silenced. 4, I will remember this. 5, we will remember this. 6, the community will remember this. 7, I will vote on April 4th, 2023 against the retention of the 3 snoozes. 8, we will vote on April 4th, 2023 against the retention of the 3 snoozes. 9, the community will vote on April 4th, 2023 against the retention of the 3 snoozes. I have submitted a FOIA request requesting any records that constitute, quote, any written board policy that describes what is allowed and what is not permitted during, quote, public comments, unquote. The answer to that FOIA request was 2 pages of policy 3.27, public participation and comment at board meeting. I have used the poster printer available at the tech desk to produce an enlarged copy of both pages. I know most of the board members are wearing glasses. I hope you can see it from there. This policy is the only answer to my FOIA request. I am concerned that several members of the public have been interrupted or gavelled down or outright silenced during the public comment period. I will read several relevant portions of the policy and try to determine why someone should be ruled out of order. A careful reading of this policy will also clarify some misconceptions that have been delivered by board members during prior public comments. 1, requirements. Under Rule 5, speakers must state their name at the start of his or her public comment session. 2, under Rule 6, speakers may provide written copies of their concern and pre-prepared copies of his or her public comments to the board prior to his or her public comment session. I've done that for each of you, as well as one to Cindy. Requests to append written statements or correspondence to the meeting minutes will not be favored, as meeting minutes are a summary of the board's discussion and actions. This simple sentence should provide a thorough definition as to what the content of minutes should provide. 3, under Rule 8, board members will generally not respond to comments from speakers. The board president or other presiding officer may respond to questions as appropriate and, for example, direct speakers to the appropriate staff member for assistance. The board president has in the past indicated that public comments is not a time for a question and answer session. Au contraire, the board president has the discretion to answer a question as posed. Rule 9, abusive and profane comments will not be permitted and shall promptly be ruled out of order by the president or other presiding officer. I'll get back to this one in a moment. Quote, all public comment shall be addressed to the board as a whole, and no comments shall be addressed to individual members of the board, library staff, or other members of the public. I wish to elaborate on those last 2. The only adjectives used to describe comments that are not permitted are abusive and profane. More on this in a moment. The only requirement as to whom comments should be addressed is listed as to the board as a whole. There is a difference between being addressed and referred to. One could refer to an individual's particular actions or speech while addressing the entirety of the board about it. For example, I could refer to Trustee Keen's participation at the craft sale while thanking her to the entire board. I could call the reference department and ask for the date of Abraham Lincoln's assassination. I'd be addressing the librarian, not referring to her. I'd be referring to the date, not addressing President Lincoln. In the past, the board president has ruled individuals out of order for mentioning specific trustees' names. This is a process of referring to them. This is not out of order. I have been ruled out of order for referring to specific trustees by their positions. This is a process of referring. This is not out of order. Am I time? Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Kathy Toy.
Kathy Toy. I'm going to call my comments a year in review, actually a recap of the last 7 terrible, terrible months. First, let me preface that I have to direct all of these statements to the entire board if I don't want to be gavelled down. Here are some highlights. The board has refused to fill vacancies because of a self-imposed hiring freeze. Items are not being put on the agenda when it was agreed to at the previous board meeting. A trustee is suing another trustee. Employees have been treated with disrespect. The board refuses to fill the trustee vacancy forthwith, which means immediately. You have ruined a 5-star library. 21 separations since the new board was seated in May because of your draconian regime. The budget was drastically slashed. The board held the levy hostage. There are rules in place that violate the First Amendment and the Opens Meeting Act. There is an investigation taking place by the Public Access Counselor. Gaveling down a speaker for saying a board member's name, but not defending a speaker who was verbally attacked for using their pronouns. Your rules change to fit how you feel. Incurring the highest legal bills in the last 22 years. Claiming false statements are being spread by the media and attendees at the board meetings, when actually the information is coming from the board. Making important decisions without the whole board's approval. You're running a two-person circus. Employees unionize to avoid your tyranny. Not abiding by the state library bylaws, which specifically states that the Board of Trustees not manage the day-to-day operations of the library. In closing, I want to make sure that all the board members know that these comments were only directed at the three anti-library trustees. Thank you.
Jason Hahn.
Good evening. My name is Jason Hahn, and I'm a community lawyer with the Citizen Advocacy Center based in Elmhurst, Illinois. I come before you to speak on the constitutionality of your policy on public comments, specifically Policy 3.27. This policy violates both the Open Meetings Act and the First Amendment. If indeed the policy states, all public comment shall be addressed to the board as a whole, and no comment shall be addressed to individual members of the board, this clearly violates a plain text reading of the Open Meetings Act. Specifically, subsection G of section 2.06 of the Act, this is referred to as the right to speak provision, provides any person shall be permitted an opportunity to address public officials under the rules established and recorded by the public body. I repeat, public officials, plural. The plain language of the statute says officials, not public body. The word public body or public bodies appears over 250 times in the Act. The word public official or public officials appears only once under this right to speak provision. Our legislature in Springfield understands how to use the word public body. Had they intended public bodies to the ability in the public comment rules to restrict speech only to the public body as a whole, they clearly knew how to do so. They chose not to. The public has a right to address public officials, not solely the public body. Regarding the failure to publicize this Rule 3.27, this is also a violation of the OMA because the OMA does state that policies must be established and recorded. This policy, I understand, is new. It is not clearly established. It does not appear anywhere on the website. A search for the word handbook results in one item, a homework help website link, but yet your lawyers have said that this policy is established in your handbook. Regarding the First Amendment, this policy is clearly a facial violation. The Seventh Circuit, in which Illinois sits, has held that policies prohibiting criticism of public officials are not content neutral. Moreover, the right to criticize public officials is protected by the First Amendment, so a policy that restricts such protected speech is subject to strict scrutiny. The interest 3.27 serves does not appear to serve any compelling interest, nor is it narrowly tailored to whatever interest that might be. Even if the policy were content neutral, it would still violate the First Amendment because it is overbroad, and here it has been applied in an unconstitutional manner. In previous board meetings, such as on July 21st, a supporter of the board president addressed multiple members of the public, named them, and even pointed to an individual in the audience. Instead of shutting down the public commenter, the board president allowed this individual to continue. Meanwhile, during an October 20th board meeting, A public commenter was cut off when she began to criticize the board president. This public body shut her down under the guise of Policy 3.27. Taken together, the different handling by the board of these two instances equals viewpoint discrimination, which is a clear as-applied violation of the First Amendment. I urge this board to rescind Policy 3.27. Allow the public to engage in the purest definition of political speech, to speak directly to both the public body and individual public officials in this forum and on the subject of your decisions of this great library. Thank you.
Thank you.
You ready, Margaret? David Sutherland?
Hello, my name is David Sutherland, and my pronouns are he, him, his. A distressing incident happened on October 27th at the library special board meeting. My spouse and I wrote in a complaint about this to the executive director and the board of trustees. There is confusion about the racist remarks made during the public forum of candidates for the recent library board election. Historian and anti-racist scholar Dr. Ibram X. Kendi often writes about two kinds of racist ideas: segregationist and assimilationist. He explains, quote, "Anytime we say something is wrong with a racial group, we are articulating a racist idea. Anytime we say that racial groups should change to be more like our racial group, or to be more American, which is code for white American, we are articulating an assimilationist idea. Assimilationist ideas are racist ideas because they are based on the assumption that there is something wrong with a racial group that needs changing, or something right with our racial group that doesn't need changing. Anti-racist ideas suggest the problem of our society is not groups of people failing to assimilate so we can all be the ugly and assimilated same, but our policies and ideas are failing to treat the beautiful difference of human groups equally." End quote. And you can find his book, like this one, Stand from the Beginning, The Definitive History of Racist Ideas in America, as well as many others, right here in this very library. And that's what libraries are for. The exchange of constructive ideas to better our society and empower individuals. They are a third place, a public place, where, as Dr. Kendi put it, the beautiful difference of human groups are welcome equitably. The Niles youth community came to you offering an opportunity to cement these ideals into the library's mission and guidance. They have the perspective that you are missing. Where is the representation? Where is the representative diversity of our community on this board? Where is a plan to extend the vision of this library to meet the needs of the most marginalized groups? This board is operating as a wrecking ball in betrayal of the public trust. Generations of our community have poured hard work and resources into building this Niles Main District Library to what it was before you wrecked it. Now we see our former executive director, Susan Dove-Lemke, forced to resign by you. She was beloved in the community as she spent 23 years nurturing and safeguarding this library for us. We see the business manager of 8 years, Greg Pritz, now resigning due to this hostile board. So many other workers are leaving in droves and putting a huge strain on staff. Yet there is no plan to backfill these desperately needed positions to starve the library to death. Draconian and contrived meeting rules are attempting to limit engagement and dissent from the community. No clapping, snapping, hissing, no names. We are not robots. We are people. We are community members who are justifiably outraged that our community space that we so lovingly built and support is being dismantled and poisoned in front of our very eyes. You will not escape criticism by any rule or measure or policy you create. Assimilation was the platform of the so-called Niles, Maine Library Trustees Ready for Change slate. Steve Folgo was on that slate, and now he seeks that open board seat. After I made my last public comment on October 27th here in this library, he confronted me and my family about how assimilation wasn't racist. He made a big scene in front of the patrons and my young child. He was twice reprimanded by security until I had to cut him off. This is unacceptable behavior in the library space, particularly for someone who is seeking a trustee position of this library. I fear he wants to join his friends on this board to cement their racist agenda, an agenda that is counter to that of the institution trustees are sworn to be advocates of. Joe McCullough's racist comments should have disqualified him from holding a public office. The one trustee who called out Joe McCullough's racist comments, Trustee Becky Keene, is now being sued by Joe McCullough. This is not a board unified to care for a library. It's a political power grab by an insular clique. I am one of dozens of other organizers and allies of the Niles Coalition and our Save Niles Library campaign. We are rising up with the people against this immediate threat. We will save Niles Library and will bring social justice to Niles. We're just getting warmed up.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Ready? Elizabeth Lynch.
Hello. My name is Elizabeth Lynch. My pronouns are she, her. This board is failing to meet many of its most fundamental duties, including those it is bound to fulfill by law. Those of us that have been paying close attention know that tonight's agenda is just the most recent example of several months of unethical behavior and wildly misplaced priorities. 3 trustees on this board have been asking for the hiring freeze to be on the agenda, and for good reason. By my count, the library has now lost over 20 employees since May. These include frontline staff and the director, the head of maintenance and security, and now the business manager. Many of these losses are a direct result of the draconian policies and decisions of this board. But no matter what the reason, properly staffing this library should be considered a top priority. It is fundamental to providing good service to the community, and in the case of the head of maintenance and security, fundamental to making the library a safe and clean space for all. Despite the obvious need to address this dire staffing shortage, despite the recommendation of the new director this board appointed with high praise, despite the continued requests from fellow trustees, the hiring freeze is not on tonight's agenda. Last month, we were told that it was, quote, a recommended agenda item, and we believed that maybe finally it would be there. But instead of addressing this fundamental board duty, I see instead the discussion of software the library has already purchased and which has already auto-renewed, and which is only a problem of this board's own creation. Please stop prioritizing this pettiness and micromanagement. It is neither ethical nor fiscally responsible, especially when there are critical problems like staffing to address. Just pay the bills you owe on time and prioritize the things that make this library run. This board has also failed to meet its legal obligation to fill the vacancy on the board, quote, forthwith. There has been a vacancy since August and 11 applicants willing to serve this community. There are many applicants with experience on public boards, with business, accounting, and legal experience that bring much needed diversity and representation to the board, that highlighted their ability to think independently and to compromise. There is no reason that a properly functioning board could not find a qualified person among these applicants. As the Journal has reported, it is not just me that sees this as a dereliction of duty. This failure to fill the vacancy has forced the Secretary of State's office to serve notice to the board that it is not meeting its basic duties and requiring that the board comply within 45 days, or the issue will be escalated to the Attorney General. Yet another legal debacle caused by this board. Yet another priority nowhere on tonight's agenda. It is clear that 3 trustees have placed their own political agenda over the pressing needs of this community, but the responsibility for meeting these basic requirements falls mostly on the shoulders of Board President Carolyn Derblick. It is Carolyn Derblick's responsibility in her role as president to set the agenda and prioritize the work of the board. It is Carolyn Derblick's responsibility to bring board members together to select a qualified trustee. It is Carolyn Derblick's responsibility to ensure that the board is addressing the most fundamental needs of the library: staffing, clean spaces, and a safe building. Therefore, it is Carolyn Derblick, above all other trustees, that is responsible for the absolute dysfunction of this board. Any trustee that cannot manage their duties, for whatever reason, should resign, or at the very least, step down as an officer of the board.
Thank you.
Pamela Nelson.
Hello. My name is Pamela Nelson. I am a recently retired librarian with 47 years of experience, and the majority of the experience I have is in a public library. I know the duties of a library board. The library board has 3 important duties, the first of which is to hire a library director and let the library director run the library, not micromanage it as a board. The library director hires the staff. The library director makes sure that things are running smoothly. The board has abdicated that. 3 of the board members sitting on the board right now have abdicated that. The second thing that a library board needs to do is advocate in the community for the library. Have you done that? Other than the 3 who I know have done it, the new ones, have you done that? Or have you gone to St. John Braebuff and told lies about the library? Have you gone to the community and told lies about the roof? Because we've caught you. We know you have. You're not advocating for the library. You're destroying the library and all of the good that it's done. And I know some of the good that it's done because I was here in the 1990s. So shame on you, you 3. And the third thing that a library board is responsible for is coming up with funding. Making sure that there's adequate staff, making sure that there's adequate money for supplies. The Illinois State Library has a guidebook for how much, what percentage of your dollars should go to programming, should go to staffing, should go to book selection, material selection. And you have failed that. You have willfully and wanfully taken money. You have hired your buddies who helped you win this seat on the board. You have hired your buddies, which is actually a criminal act. And we're seeing what's happening at the federal level now with people who have chosen to do what they want to do and not follow the Constitution, not follow the law. You are downgrading this library. You are demoralizing the staff. You are hurting the community immeasurably. So I have a question. Why are you taking taxpayer money and suing Becky? Mr. McCullough, why are you suing Becky? I want it on record. I want it on tape. I want the community to be able to look back at this and laugh at you. I know you have a reputation in Niles for suing everybody that you can. So you take library budget money to build lawsuits. Money that could be going for PPE equipment, that could be going for new computers, that could be going for outreach services.
There is no library money involved.
You're mistaken. There will be when Becky has to defend herself.
No, there won't
against
be.
your irrelevant lawsuit. What a criminal thing you've done. Your job is to protect the community, to protect the library, to protect the funding, not to willfully hire attorneys that are states away, not willfully do so many horrible things that a union has to come in to right the course. Do you know how much money you've wasted just in the 7 months? I hope Niles community, you pay attention to this, because I'm going to start writing letters to the paper, open letters to the Niles community. Shame on you, you three, making the other three suffer. Horrible, horrible people. This is not the federal government of 2020. This is the Niles Public Library District, who had a good, upstanding reputation that could still be redeemed if you three step down. And that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
That completes public comments.
All right, thank you. Okay, next on our agenda is a resolution honoring probably one of the most favorite employees in the library, is Dave Dabrowski. So, who will be,
So I would be able to find them. A second here. Here we go. So this was compiled from the staff of the library. It's Resolution 2101, a resolution honoring Dave Dabrowski, Supervisor of Maintenance and Security, for his retirement, on his retirement from the Niles Main District Library. Whereas Dave successfully navigated the last big renovation in the library's history, and whereas Dave ensured that the library was safe, clean, and inviting for all staff and patrons, and whereas Dave regularly exercised his superpower of getting things done before asked, and whereas Dave spent much of the last 2 years on the roof ensuring that no one fell off, and whereas Dave always got it done, from fixing coffee makers to shifting holiday spinners and furniture, and whereas Dave was always helpful, kind, and patient, no matter how busy he was, he had a positive attitude towards all employees and patrons. And he knew how to fix anything. And whereas Dave has fit and fixed, formed and informed, listened, accepted, corrected, and got the job done, he has kept it together and kept us on time. He has anticipated and analyzed without blinking an eye. He has planned and measured and need only cut once. He has led and advised. He has purchased and hauled and set up and broke down. He has watched over the building from the rooftop to the curbs, from the electrical and data lines coming in to the pipes going out. And whereas Dave always included a smile or a quip emanating from his deep and rumbling voice, Big Dave with a gentle demeanor will always be missed. And whereas Dave would say fun, 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 or another day, another dollar, or another day in paradise to start our day with a smile, we knew that behind the sarcasm, no one cared more for this building and the people in it. And whereas Dave never shied away from our big off-the-wall ideas, from the build-out of the makerspace to creating a book wall, he was always game to make our dreams a reality. And whereas Dave greets everyone every day with humor and quick wit, he is always on hand to fix a bench shelf or change the filter in the water fountain. And whereas Dave was always there when you needed an authoritative and towering presence to quell any rowdy behavior of our afternoon patrons. And whereas Dave kept us safe and healthy with personal protective equipment throughout the pandemic, and whereas Davy Gravy is fixer of all things, dropper of pearls of wisdom and one-of-kind witticisms, finder of fix-it solutions, steadier of ladders and nerves, patcher and painter of the Franklin Gallery walls, proprietor of the Gorilla Tape, bard of batteries, ringer of the lunch bell, keeper of the castle keys, queller of the quirky patrons, and so many more things to all of us. From the top of the rotunda to the bottom of the basement and our hearts, the Niles Main District Library will not be the same without him. Whereas we wish him well in his future endeavors and are so happy to see him start a new page in his story. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Library Trustees of the Niles Main District Library, adopted the 15th day of December 2021 upon a roll call vote.
Wonderful.
So you can vote to
So-
accept it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Margaret, will you take the roll?
Trustee Drublik?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee
Yes.
Rozansky? Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes. Okay, the next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes. Before we get started, with respect to the trustees, I would like to read the rules that govern the proceedings of the board. As you know, the rules of parliamentary practice comprised in Robert's Rules of Order govern the proceedings of the board. There are certain rules contained within Robert's Rules with respect to decorum. By reminding you of the rules, I hope it will lead to a more civil and productive debate, which is one of the most important concepts underlining parliamentary procedure. Robert's Rules of Order, number 7, debate, states speakers must address the remarks to the presiding officer, be courteous in their language and deportment, and avoid all personalities, never alluding to the officers or other members by name where possible to avoid it, nor to the motives of members. Additionally, Robert's Rules of Order, number 43, decorum in debate, states, in debate, a member must confine himself to the question before the assembly and avoid personalities. Further, the rule states that during debate, no member is permitted to disturb the assembly by whispering or walking across the floor or in any other way. The key words here are disturbing the assembly. All the trustees should refrain from disturbing the assembly, and you should encourage others to do likewise. Consistent with Robert's Rules, I am asking each of the trustees to refrain from speaking until recognized, listen to the other side, focus on issues, not personalities, refer to any other trustee in a respectful manner, confine remarks to the merits of the pending question, refrain from attacking a member's motives. The measure, not the member, is the subject of debate. Address remarks through the chair. The application of Robert's Rules is the best method to enable the Board of Trustees, with due regard for every member's opinion, to arrive at the general will on the maximum number of questions of varying complexity in a minimum amount of time and under all kinds of internal climate ranging from total harmony to hardened or impassioned division of opinion. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay, the next item on the agenda.
Are we
number-
going to vote on the thing about Dave? You started your speech and we didn't get to vote.
Vote on what?
What's in the
The resolution?
Oh, we didn't take the vote?
No, because you started on this.
Oh, my
I thought we
apologies.
did, didn't we? We did. Yeah, you did vote.
We
Did you
did?
not have the
Okay,
vote?
I'm sorry. I got so distracted what she said.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
No, that's okay. I thought maybe.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is number 6, approval of minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the November 17th, 2021 regular board meeting?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We can now have discussion. At this time, I will call the trustees individually to speak. Trustee Makula.
No comment, I accept it as it is.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
No comment accepted as is.
Trustee Rozansky.
The only comment is my normal comment. Most of this looks better than it has in the past, where we're not having all the quotes, and I want to thank the people who put it together for doing it that way. Thank you.
Trustee Olson?
The only thing that I would like to mention is the statements about entering the agenda items for the next meeting. That's the only paragraph that I just want to remind you, Ms. President, that we suggested 4 agenda items for this meeting, and they are not on the agenda. Just wanted to record that.
Trustee Keene?
Yes, I have a couple things. Thank you for making the minutes nice and short this time. That was great. I have a suggestion for minutes in the future for the public comment. I think that moving forward, it would be nice to add how many people were signed up for public comment that were not able to give their public comment because of the time limit. I don't think it needs to be names or anything, but if we could at least kind of keep track of how many people were not allowed to speak, I think it would be a good record of what the public is feeling. And also would like to make an amendment or a change to the part in where it says payment of the bills, where it says Trustee Keene moved to amend the operating expenses. I would like it to be added to say to include the payment for Blackbaud.
What page?
It was towards the beginning.
Sorry, I can tell you. It is on page 4, under payment of the bills. Trustee Keene moved to amend the operating expenses to $200,739.79. If we could just add after that to include payment for Blackbaud. And my only other comment was similar to Diane, the fact that we have in the minutes here requested things to be on the agenda for today that are not on the agenda again. Trustee Rosansky stated that we need to add to next month's agenda the hiring freeze and press policy. Trustee Keene wants to add the maintenance position at the next meeting and the vacancy on the board. But that didn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further questions or comments, Margaret, could you please call the roll?
Oh, wait, don't we have to?
We did our comments. It's time to do the vote.
Don't we need to
But
approve the
there's gonna be
changes?
changes on it, so.
Oh, you want those changes made?
Yes, that's what I'm asking
Well,
for.
we have to decide
Well,
as a board, do we want those
do you
changes
want to make
made
the
or
So
not?
you need an amendment.
to make the changes?
Okay. I make an amendment. I'd like to make an amendment to change the meeting minutes of November 17th to reflect the changes I made, that I stated.
I thought it was the movement and the second.
They
Yeah.
have to,
Approve those,
she
this
has to get
amendment.
a second, and then we have to have the person, the second, agree to let this go. Is that what
Okay.
you're asking?
Yes.
So, did you make your whole statement that you
Yes.
want to make?
Yes.
Yes, and I second it.
Okay, can I ask that you repeat what changes you want made to this month's minutes? I thought you were requesting changes in the future.
One of them was going forward, can we have listed how many people were not able to give public comment? The other one was specifically for these minutes to add,
It'd
be nice if you listened the first time.
To include payment of the Blackbaud.
Yes,
To
thank you.
include payment for Blackbaud.
On page 4, after Trustee Keene moved to amend the operating expenses to $200,739.79 to include payment to Blackbaud.
Thank you.
Okay, you can vote now. Well, let's see, the movement and the
They
second.
need to,
Oh, you haven't commented yet?
well, I thought the amendment takes over from them, so don't we just, or her change just takes over the vote? Don't we have to vote now? to
Well,
see-
She wanted, I don't know that it needed to technically be an amendment. She wanted to change the minutes, and so then it goes back to the move it and the second to accept those changes or not, because
Oh, that's right, it's minutes. You're right, I'm wrong. Okay.
So,
So it's up to you to just accept her change.
Can we just amend the one line she wants to change there?
yeah, that's what we're asking about.
That's fine.
And then in the future, if there are people that aren't able to speak, we'll just note it.
Thank you. Suzanne still has to say she...
second.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, so then the vote.
Trustee Drublik?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
5-0.
Okay, the next, thank you, Margaret. The next item on the agenda is payment of bills. Do I have a motion to approve the operating expenses of $229,145.46, payroll expenses of $260,908.68, and special reserve expenses of $26,666.50 for a monthly expense total of $516,720.64.
So moved.
Second.
At this time, I will call on the trustees individually. Trustee Makula.
No comment at this time.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
No comment.
Trustee Rozansky.
You're not going to make a comment at this time? Since you're next in order? I don't want to take your time.
No, this is the procedure. You're
Okay,
always
okay.
next.
Whatever. Anyway, my comment basically is still Blackthorn isn't paid because I see it's later on in the agenda. Were there any checks that were not signed this month, Mr. Treasurer?
They were all signed.
So Blackbaud is included in the total, it's just the research that,
Okay, thank you for
The research
clarifying that.
item is there.
Thank you for clarifying that. So, thank you.
Trustee Olson.
Okay, once again, I just want to point out the enormous amount of lawyer fees that we have. $6,666 for one miscellaneous item, and another $6,772 for another item. I just want to point it out. We have so many expenses for the lawyer on a monthly basis. It's outrageous. Next.
Trustee Keane.
Yeah, I'm curious about the process for the signing of the checks this month, because last month was different than this month. I understand the checks got signed today. Is that correct, Treasurer?
Yes.
And you said that all the checks were signed?
I believe so, yes. All
What
the
about
checks.
Garvey? Was Garvey signed?
Pardon?
Garvey, the check for Garvey?
I had questions. I will sign the check. The questions were answered.
So the checks weren't all signed?
No,
Well,
he said he had questions and they were...
and they were answered, but I didn't get back upstairs to sign the check. I will sign it.
So I'm wondering, last month it seemed like there was a different procedure for signing the checks, that they had to be cut at a certain time, and now this month the checks aren't being signed by one person till tonight. I think Suzanne has not signed the checks yet, and they are going to be delayed next week because of the holidays. And hopefully we're not going to be late on our payments. But why is the check signing procedure different from month to month?
Excuse me, Cindy, could you comment on the checks are going to be delayed because next week is a holiday? Is that true?
Lisi was at the post office today. I guess there's a sign up. She was saying that they have a sign about the mail being delayed. Or did she mention that to you?
I'm sorry, what was that?
She mentioned that there was a sign up that the mail is might be delayed because of the holidays. So I don't know that the checks are going to be delayed, but it is a holiday, right? So there's a lot of mail going on. So the challenge this month is that the checks will be signed tomorrow, and Lisi is off on Friday, and she usually puts all of the checks together and gets them ready for mailing, and then posts the postage and gets the mail. So, I don't know what time tomorrow they would be signed, but if it was earlier, that would be better, because we might be able to get them out in the mail tomorrow.
So what I'm concerned about is the checks will be signed by tomorrow night. So when do we plan on getting them to the post office?
If she's off on Friday. would we
Yeah,
maybe
she's off on
resume this?
So
Friday.
there's no one in the business area that could do that?
Well, I've never done it before, so I think, I
Is
don't
Greg
know.
off on Friday too? Is that it?
The fact is that you guys have delayed it too long. It's been delayed too long, and now we're
No,
going to be in trouble.
excuse me, Trustee Keene, please do not interrupt.
Who am I interrupting?
I'm speaking.
Oh, excuse me.
So there's no one that can take care of those checks until the following week, you're saying?
Well, oddly enough, it's the postage meter, which I don't know how to run.
Oh, I see. Okay, just needed clarification. Now, is the Niles Library, the Niles Post Office having difficulty, or that's just everyone because it's Christmas?
I don't know. I'm
Okay.
only relaying what Lisi mentioned, so
Okay.
I can't speak for the post office.
All right. I know sometimes different post offices can meet different demands, so I'm not sure if one's smaller or larger than the other. Okay, but I understand now. Thank you so much.
So can
I
I
have a
speak?
question on this.
The question was, is there a different procedure, I believe, right?
Right,
No, there isn't a different procedure.
but things happened differently last month than they did this month,
That's how it happened this week, yes, exactly.
so it's different.
No, there isn't a different procedure.
Well,
Can you tell us what the procedure is then, so we know?
No, and you know what? We're getting off track.
Here
We're
we go.
payment of bills. Are we
as
finished with
board
questions?
members.
No,
a
we're
simple
not done.
question
Okay,
should
we're
be
we're not
answered.
getting off subject. We're paying the bills. If you want to ask a million and one questions about this, that, or
One
the other,
question.
send an email. No, we are off topic.
No, we're not.
No, we're not.
Joe,
All
what
right?
did you want to
We're out
say?
of order.
Of
We
bills.
are we ready? to
Listen,
vote?
we're not going to
I
be
have
ruled
a-
out of order.
I have
This
a
is our
question.
only chance to speak, and you're going to have it.
Numbers.
Oh, is that?
The reported amount of payroll was $264,907, but on this sheet here, it says...
What does that got to do with what I was talking
Well,
about?
He's saying the numbers are off.
Okay, we're talking about the payment of bills now.
So am I, and I'm
No,
not
you're
done.
not, okay?
Carolyn, I am not done.
Okay, we don't have time for personal inquisitions here.
I am not done
I
talking
answered
about the
your
payment of the
question.
bills.
There's an issue with the numbers.
But
When we
it's
get
my
to the
turn, and you
point-
don't want people interrupted, so let me finish my turn.
Okay, your question is out of line. Do you have another one?
I have more comments, and I am not
Please
out of line.
continue.
What you consider out of
Please
line doesn't
continue.
mean that it is out of line.
Somebody is in charge. It's called the presiding officer. Please, let's not get in another verbal battle.
Then let me speak.
Please speak.
She's trying to
Please
be
speak.
respectful. Let her speak. Go ahead.
And when I'm done speaking, I would like answer to the question about that procedure, because nobody seems to know what it is except for a couple people. I want to also clarify that the Evan Marshall and Pease bill of $600 that is on the agenda for tonight is only for the October meeting, and we have received another bill from them for $2,200 for the presentation that he put together that was substandard, in my opinion, and then he walked out. So we still have to pay him $2,200 more for that. I also want to make note of the Kleinthorpe and Jenkins bill being extremely high again. I have I don't know if it's an advantage or not, of being able to see the detailed bill, and a lot of it reads communication with the board president. I counted 17 times in October that we were charged for that line item. 17 times that we are being charged for communication with the board president. So I'm wondering, if $500,000 in the appropriation line is going to be enough to cover it. No bill from Heinzelman again this month. Very sporadic.
One just came in yesterday from Clark Hill. One just came in.
From where?
Clark
Oh,
Hill.
The new, okay. And I'm wondering, this is actual real question too, why are the janitorial supplies so low this month? It was $601 instead of the budgeted $2,917. Does anyone have an answer for that?
You're looking then at the treasurer's report.
No, let's see, it's, I apologize for not writing the number down on my notes, but let's see if we can find it. I mean, all it's going to do is say exactly what I just said. We spent $601 instead of $2,917 on janitorial supplies, and I just am curious why that is.
I don't know.
And how we are keeping the building clean, if that's, you know, what that is actually coming from. So if no one knows right now, then maybe we can get that for later.
Sure, I can
Thank you.
ask Dave.
Thank you.
Okay, so Cindy will provide you the answers to your questions later, is that what I'm hearing?
That's what I understand.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any more questions?
Just like Joe to answer the other question.
Okay, Trustee McCullough, did you have something to say about payroll being long?
What was the problem?
No, did you just say there was a difference?
Yes, there is, yes. The salaries are, that we have listed here,
What page, please?
on page 26. They're 264,907, and they're listed here as 260,908.
Thank you. So what are we supposed to be looking at, Joe?
Page 26,
Yes.
the bottom on the right is total on salaries is 264,907. And on this number 7, payment of bills, it's listed as 260,908.
Okay, which is it?
He's bringing it to our attention, they're incorrect, or there's a discrepancy, so I guess Greg or Cindy will
Yeah,
look
I
at it
think
later.
we're working on that one.
Okay.
Now,
Thank you.
at the same time, they have all the expenses lumped together. I had them separated. I don't know what the number is lumped together. But my total comes to, rather than the 516, 720, 64, it's actually 464, 759. So we have two numbers there that are off.
So then are you saying we can't vote to pay these bills because
Not
the
with those
numbers are
numbers,
incorrect?
no. Those numbers are incorrect.
I'm not sure how we got to the meeting with these numbers being incorrect
I
on
don't
the
know.
agenda, since we've had it since Monday, and you're the treasurer and didn't
Yes.
catch
I
that.
didn't get the revised
Excuse me,
agenda until
Trustee
today.
Keene Adams, could you try to just stick to the subject without attacking other trustees?
Okay, well, that is a legit question. He's had the information since Monday, and he's just
I
noticing
didn't have
it
it
now?
Monday. I got it about an hour ago.
Well, that didn't change between the agendas.
No,
That's
so
not something that changed
so
from one
you
agenda
didn't
to
look at
another.
this when you received it on Friday.
Okay, Cindy, how would we like to remedy this?
I don't have an answer to that. But
Let me take the easy one first.
Thank you.
Joe, the total number of expenses will never equal the amount of checks that are being paid. There are transactions which are actually posted against revenue accounts. So in the area of lost books, for example, very often a patron will lose a book and we'll charge him for that, or her. Periodically, they'll find those books and they'll bring them back, and then we will issue a refund check which actually gets posted against the revenue that we collected. So just on that alone, you're going to be off.
That was $75.
Excuse me, Joe.
For this month.
Sorry, excuse me, Joe.
Please let him finish.
Okay.
He's trying to explain it.
This month, we made,
Now we can hear that comment, Carolyn. Wow, wow, we can all hear that.
Yeah, I know.
I hope
But we
so.
can't,
I
we
hope
can't
so.
snap or hiss or anything,
I
but she
hope
can make
so.
her comments.
this month, we made 2 transfers to IMRF. Each transfer we make to IMRF is approximately $30,000. It includes the portion that's held by the, withheld from the employees, and it includes the portion that is charged to the library. The reason that we made 2 payments is because at the conclusion of the previous month, the IMRF system went down and we were not able to transfer the funds. We have until the 10th of the following month in order to make the transfer before penalties are assessed. So that accounts for $30,000 of the difference. I don't happen to look at things the same way you do, Joe, so I don't make that reconciliation, but I can tell you that the numbers on the income statement are correct. Now, with respect to the total salaries, it looks like they're off exactly $4,000 between the two. $4,000 and maybe $2, the difference is rounding most likely. I did not get a chance to review the agenda before it was posted because I've been excluded from that part of the system. And so I can't attest to the accuracy of what's actually on the agenda. But I can tell you that the total salary number on the income statement is correct. So if you'd like, maybe you'd prefer to make an adjustment to the payment of bills language so that it agrees with the income statement.
If you have the numbers for the transfers to IMRF, then we can adjust it. Do you have the exact numbers?
Adjust what? What are you talking about?
The discrepancy between the total expenditures, 464,759, and the...
Those numbers are posted against the liability account on the balance sheet, so they don't enter into the P&L.
All right. But we are off $4,000 on the salaries.
Yeah, I can't account for that because I did not prepare the agenda.
Okay.
Do we know which number is correct for the payroll?
The income statement.
So the 264?
Page 26 is correct.
Okay.
So should we adjust the payroll number to the number from the income statement and then it is correct? Is that what you're saying? So that we can vote?
That's up to you.
I'm asking if the cost for payroll or the amount of payroll on the income statement is the correct amount and we should change the agenda so that our vote is accurate. Is that a true statement?
He can't tell us what we should do. He's just telling you that the number is correct for the payroll.
I'm asking, my question is if we change the agenda to reflect the payroll amount in the income statement, then we are voting for the correct amount. Is that a correct statement?
We need to add 4,000.
Greg, is that correct?
He's doing some
Excuse me.
calculating right now.
I can tell you that the 3 numbers on the agenda do add up to 516, 720, 64. What I can't tell you is why there's a difference.
Okay. I think what my question is though, if the payroll amount on the agenda differs from the payroll amount on the income statement, and the payroll amount on the income statement is the correct payroll amount, should we change the number on the agenda to reflect the payroll amount on the income statement and vote for the correct amount it'll have the correct total then.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Cindy.
We need to add $4,002 to the total, and then we'll get,
No, I think what he's saying is that the payroll number is incorrect, and we
Right.
should be using the payroll expense from the income statement.
Because the other stuff is coming from other
So
accounts.
Cindy, if you could just,
We're changing the agenda.
tell us what the number should be for payroll. I don't know if you have the income statement in front of you, I can certainly look for it.
No, I've got it here on page 26.
Thank you, appreciate your help.
Would it be possible to go to another agenda item and come back to this?
Absolutely,
calculating.
absolutely, thank you. That's a great suggestion. Okay, the next item on the agenda, well, should we go to 7B, which is the Blackbaud research documents, which are included in this month's packet?
Yeah, so those are included, so if anybody had any questions.
Yes, I would like to just go down the line and see if anyone has any comments or questions while you're working on that. Joe, do you have any comments about the Blackbaud
no,
contract?
it looks like we're stuck with that contract, we have to stay with it, and I did sign the check for it.
Thank you.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
Nothing at this time.
Trustee Rosansky.
No comments.
Trustee Olson.
As long as we're paying the bill, I'm happy with that.
Trustee Keane.
No comment.
Okay, I have a couple of comments I wanted to make about the Blackbaud contract. I understand it originated in 2017. The contract was very difficult to read, but I do see a date. And I believe at that time it was signed, I think it was signed by Greg, and it was for 3 years.
What page are you on?
I'm looking at the backup for Blackbaud, you know, that Cindy now included under payment of bills. I think Blackbaud is
Page 17, I think it is.
Page 17? Okay, because I'm looking at 19 here, so.
Well, yeah, several pages there.
right.
Well, it
there's
goes
several.
through into the 20s.
And what I want to make sure we're aware of is that this contract was for 3 years, and it automatically renewed if we didn't contact them 45 days before the renewal, which was in 2020. So for some reason, the contract was not presented to the attorney, and what we ended up with was a contract that favored the vendor rather than favoring the library, giving us any cancellation opportunities. So we are stuck with this, and the payment being $7,800 a year, since we are starting to reevaluate this, we thought we could lower, but of course you can't, because according to the contract that was signed, there really aren't any options for us in terms of cancellation or changes. So we did want to take the time to review this contract, to understand it, because trying to locate the contract and the documentation was almost impossible. And then once the attorney reviewed it, he said he wished he had seen it before we signed it, because it doesn't give the library the protection that it needs. So, and there's nothing we could do. So of course we are making that payment, or both, 2 payments, I believe. Oh no, wrong
This
contract.
is an annual
We're
payment.
making the annual payment this
Yeah.
month. So there was a reason why it was not paid last month, and it was necessary to even understand the contract once we were able to locate it. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands we were trying to make better decisions for the library, but we're unable to based on the contract. So that's my comments on Blackbaud. Does anyone have any other comments, or we can move on to 7C?
Also, if we do plan to cancel that, we have like a 30-day window. And
I think it's 45 days.
Is it 45 days? Yeah, and it's got to be done in, I think, starting in September of '23.
Yeah,
So-
45 days before the end of the 3-year contract.
Yeah, the contract, I think, ends in November or something.
Can you please put that on the calendars to remind us to look at that time?
Well, if you really are considering,
I'm not considering it, but
switching.
apparently the other
Well,
part of the board is.
But if the board is going to switch the software for the accounting system, it's a rather long process, so we would need to start researching other companies and things like that to make the transition
I agree
smoothly
with
at that time. So this is year 2. We've just paid for year 2 of a 3-year contract, so we have, like
Another full year. So if, at the beginning of the 3rd year, if some of us would like to revisit this, that would be giving us plenty of time to do so. Am I not correct in that assumption?
I'm not the one to say how long it would take, being a software contract and all that, so I wouldn't want to say that, but more time the better, because you got to research other companies.
A year, I would think, would be more than enough
I
time.
mean, we're challenges, right? We're still waiting for the phone system, we're still waiting for parts, right? So things happen. So,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, are there any other questions on Blackbaud?
No.
Okay, the next agenda item is 7C. It is the approved BCLS Snow Removal Contract.
Nothing is going to be straightforward tonight. A invoice came in this afternoon from BCLS.
Yes.
And it is for $4,650. And this is for they are billing us for the first payment. So I think we can change the amount on the agenda here and pay them for their invoiced amount of $4,650.
Cindy, can I ask a question? Does
Sure.
that invoice cover November and December payments?
All it says is December 1st, snow and ice removal service per snow plow services agreement, $4,650.
Okay, so that sounds like $4,650 for 1 month.
Right.
We thought it was $2,950.
Well, and when I calculated that, I have to say that, the way it's written, they have the snow, the ice, salt.
The salting and
A
icing.
separate paragraph
I got it.
for the expenses, so the $2,900 is only for the snow removal.
Fine.
And then there was $6,800 for salting.
Okay.
So when you add the two together, so if we could just
Okay.
change the amount to pay the invoice, then they'll
Thank
probably
you.
be invoicing us next month as well.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so that, then we would change to approve BCLS snow removal contract and initial payment of $4,650.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Are there any, Joe, do you have any, Trustee McCool, any questions or comments on
The
this?
amount you're paying is 4,600,
650.
but the agenda says
She
59.
said it's different. She did.
5,900.
It is different, because I said an invoice came in today from them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have any comment at this time.
Trustee Rosansky.
No comment, thank you.
Trustee Olson?
None.
Trustee Keane?
No.
Okay, the next item on the agenda
Well, let's
is...
approve this.
Yeah, do we have to vote on
No.
We're not,
vote.
I thought we were waiting for him to come
No,
back.
it's not included in the bills. That's why it's listed separately. It's actually going to be paid with an impress check so that we can pay it on time. Otherwise, it would have to wait until,
I thought the impress check was part of this month's
no,
checks.
it's the month following. when
Oh,
it's-
so it won't be until next month?
Yeah, it's a separate report, as part of the financials.
But I thought impress checks were printed the same month of the check register. I didn't know you waited an extra month because it was an impress check.
Well, this is closed already. The check hasn't been done yet. It's a December check. The impress
I
check.
meant for the 5,900.
Yeah,
I thought we had
it's a December check, not a, these are November.
Okay,
bills.
so there isn't an impress check for this amount on the agenda anyway?
No, there's no check until you approve the payment.
Okay,
See what
there
I'm saying?
isn't, oh, I see. It
For
is an
this
appro- I see, it is an
individual-
approval. Okay, you're right.
You're
It's an
approving
approval.
this, and
Okay, so
then it will
then
be
I
paid.
did not read this, then I didn't read this as an approval. I thought it was just an explanation. I thought we were just including the contract because it has now been reviewed by the attorney.
Yeah, the contract is there, but the payment is due.
So
And so
actually,
it
this
shouldn't have a D
motion,
on it.
this motion was incorrect. So, do I have a motion to approve the BCLS Snow Removal Contract in the amount of $4,650?
Motion. Second.
Thank you. Okay, Margaret, would you please take the roll?
And that was you, Patty, first, right?
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes?
Trustee
Yes.
Rosensky? Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen?
Yes.
5 yeses, passes.
Okay. So we are going to move on, Cindy, and have payment of bills when Greg gets back, is that? Okay, fine. The next item on the agenda is trustee reports. I would like to remind the board about the purpose of the trustees report, which was created by former President Tim Spadoni. He said in his August 2019 board meeting, "My theme is to get us to be collaborative and celebratory. We as board members, I hope that we are excited about what the library has to offer our community. And I hope that we would be sharing in this enthusiasm and excitement to the public. So I'm going to ask all of us to attend a program or event that we would not normally attend, or use an online app or program that we would normally not use. I would like during our meetings, which I am going to change this president's report to say trustees report, and then we can have time to address each other very briefly about what we experienced, what we did, and what we did and the enjoyment of it. Because I think part of what we should do is being enthusiastic and bring the enthusiasm to the community. So that was the purpose of creating trustee reports. To clarify, I just want to state the trustee report is the time for trustees to share a library program or event they attended. The trustee report is not the time to vent, complain, or bring up controversial matters. These topics, however, are discussed during the agenda item other. So I know we've sort of gotten away from that, and I wanted to remind everyone.
For the most part, that is when I talk about the plazas for the library. So I don't know who personally you're directing that comment at. I take offense to it. Thank you.
Okay, the president's report, I would like to mention that I joined a Zoom program. It was called Chicago Christmas Movies and Class Stereotypes with Kelly Marshall. It was extremely interesting. The perspective about movies which she used really caught my attention. She pointed out the haves and have-nots that really exist in our movies. I thought it was mostly Christmas movies, but she also brought up Pretty Woman, she brought up Sleepless, and she gave examples of how the movies include like the elite at the top, and then somehow there's either someone who's poorer, a college student who's struggling, and it gives you, it helps you identify that in life there are such different discrepancies in where we come from. But the end of these movies, however, do sort of redeem the people, where the people who might be wealthy and don't really pay attention to the average individual tend to have their eyes opened, and they do end up either performing good deeds good deeds or being acceptable of others, and it's always a terrific ending. But what I liked about her, her program was how she pointed out so many things in Chicago and in movies that I'm really familiar with. I mean, I sort of understand, when you watch a movie, you could sort of see the differences, but the way she explained it, it really had you zero in on it. So I thought it was a wonderful program, and I actually ran home just in time to click on and before it started. So yeah, I enjoyed it. So that's all I have. Trustee, the next one is Trustees Reports. So I will call the trustees. Trustee McCullough, do you have anything to report?
Yes, I wanted to make a comment. I know we have Christmas coming up, and we have a lot of kids' books that we dispose of throughout the whole year because we need shelf space. I just wonder if we might consider, it might be late at this time of the year, but maybe to donate these to Toys to Tots or some other charity in the area that would distribute them to the kids. Because I know we pretty well cleaned out, a few months ago, a lot of the books we had, but, I don't know what's in the bins right now, but we could have maybe 200 or 300 books.
Excuse me,
In
can I
kids,
just...
I'm talking about kids' books.
Excuse me, Joe, actually, we just discussed that this part of the board meeting trustee reports is just about the trustees describing an event or a program they attended, but you can certainly bring that up in other. I just want to keep with the
Thank you
pattern.
for correcting him.
Okay, Trustee Schoenfeld.
Secretary's report.
Oh, no, we're doing trustee reports. Like, did you attend any programs?
No, not at this
Okay,
time.
Trustee Rosansky.
Yes, I have attended quite a few, actually. And first of all, I would like to say the craft swap was unbelievable. The amount of stuff that was donated and the amount of people that were actually here, unbelievable. I came with my 2 grandchildren, and they had the greatest time with their little bags picking out whatever they thought the treasures they could take home with them. I also was asked to help patrons who had questions pertaining to different types of yarn, crocheting, or knitting, since those are a few of my expertise. The workshop, Make a Tree Out of a Book Page, was very well attended, and everyone went home with a little tree. The children's winter reading program is underway. My kids, again, have signed up for that. Yesterday, there was a workshop called The Magnificent Maker's Brain, put on by the Children's Department, which I kind of thought was interesting. This workshop was both in person and on Zoom. One of our librarians also came up with a kit that helps show how the holidays are celebrated in Mexico. I'm assuming it's pertaining to Posada. What is that? What it's called? Posada?
Posada.
Posada. Thank you. And these are only a few of the great things that our children's department has put forth for our kids this month. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Olson.
Yes, just to respect the time taken to do this, I just want to say I've been taking advantage of the audiobooks. I've been using, it's a wonderful department, wonderful books that they offer. Also, the virtual programs, I've just been kind of hanging around the house looking at the virtual programs. Chair yoga is great. I get to exercise and stay home.
Very nice. Okay, thank you. Trustee Keene.
Yes. I also really loved the craft swap. I was looking forward to it all week. I had signed up as a volunteer, and it was nice to be able to come in here looking forward to doing something fun and giving back to the community, and it was very nice to be able to serve the patrons. I enjoyed it very much. I think we had over 100 people here for it. I appreciate the nice things that the teen department is doing for high school students for finals weeks. It's very, like they're doing the had the dog in today, right?
Yeah.
To pet the dog while you're studying.
The study halls.
Battle of the Books has wrapped up, and we enjoyed that as well, and are looking forward to when Carolyn Creamy comes to speak in January to the kids that participated. And although Greg is not in the room, unless that's him now, I would like to acknowledge Greg's work and thank him for the time he has spent working at the library. And I'm sorry to see you go. And to thank all the other staff members who have left us or are in the process of leaving us as well.
Thank you, I think.
You're welcome. Yes, I'm thanking you.
I missed the best part of the meeting. So, here's what I can tell you. The number on the agenda, 260-908-68, that reflects the total transfers that were taken out of our bank account to fund the 2 payrolls for November 15th and November 30th. I can't reconcile between, in the short period of time, between what appears on the P&L and what appears in the agenda. But I can tell you, if you go back a month, there's about the same difference, about $4,000 between the total transfers out to fund the payroll and what's reported as salary. So I can reconcile it for you and I can get it to you, but I'm here to tell you that both numbers are right.
So if we leave the agenda as is, 260-908-53, 68, we're actually approving the 2 payrolls for November, so that is logical. And at some point, we'll figure out why there's a difference of $4,000 every month at a later date. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you so much, Greg.
You're welcome.
So now are we going to vote on that?
So our total amount is still, so the numbers are correct. The total amount is $516,720.64. So nothing's changed, correct? I mean, on this agenda, correct, Greg?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, yes, so we can now vote. Margaret, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen?
Yes.
Okay, next on the agenda is the Secretary's report. Trustee Schoenfeld, thank you.
The Board of Trustees received a letter from Mr. Greg McCormick, Director of the Illinois State Library, regarding notification of board vaccines to the state librarian and the county clerk within 60 days of the vaccine occurring and within 60 days of it being filled.
Vacancy, I'm sorry, vacancy.
Vacancy.
Could you talk into the mic, please?
Yeah, it's hard to hear you, Suzanne.
The records have been updated since March of 2021, and a letter has been prepared to update the record and will be emailed to the state librarian and the county clerk.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for that.
I'd like to request to be copied on that. Thank you.
Yeah, because it was very difficult to hear part of what she said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is the Treasurer's report. Trustee Makula.
Yes. November is the 5th month of our budget year. At the close of the month, we had $12,737,934 in cash in investments. We also had property tax receivables of $3,359,944 and other receivables of $380,821 for a total of $16,478,699 of cash, investments, and receivables. Revenue for the month was $30,378. Salaries for October were $264,907, and employee benefits were $56,264 for a total of $321,171. Materials purchased were $49,433 for November. We have spent $14,150 more than our budget anticipated at this point on this category. Library operating expenses for November were $11,186. General and administrative expenses were $13,814. Utility costs for November were $7,041. To date, we are $5,232 below budget, but with higher current energy costs, this surplus will probably shrink through the rest of the budget year. We had capital expenditures of $26,667 for November. Building and equipment maintenance expenses was $6,170. Total expenditures for November are $464,759. Our total expenditures are, for the budget year since July, our total expenditures are $2,488,066, which is $186,488 under budget.
Thank you.
May I make a comment, please?
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
May I make a comment, please?
Oh, yes, of course.
Joe, you keep referring to the receivables. We have received all of the property taxes. This number that is on the balance sheet is not an actual valid receivable at this point in time, but as is the custom over the last several years, those numbers are only adjusted at the end of the year. So to add $3,683,815 to the cash and say that we have some $16 or so million available is somewhat misleading. We don't. The $12 million includes all the money that we received for the second real estate installment, and that $3,683,000 will remain on the balance sheet until the audit, at which time it'll be adjusted to show what's coming to the library in the second installment at the end of the 2022 fiscal year.
So Greg, can I just to clarify, property taxes under the general fund, $3,359,944 we did receive, and in the total column, that's a number representing the second tax period, not...
Yeah, so
Okay.
under the total column, $3,683,815 is comprised of $3,359,944 in the general fund and $323,871 in the special revenue funds. If you look at page 26, under the revenue caption, the top line is property taxes. And it shows what we've received thus far this year, $3,639,561. So, we've received most of it, as we've discussed numerous times in the past. Property taxes will come in large chunks around the time that the installments are due, and then they'll come in smaller chunks over time. Very often down the road we have refunds which are then going the other way and actually decreasing the take that we get from the property taxes. But on average, over time, we realize about 96 or to 96.5% of the amount that we actually levy, and the rest is just considered to be a loss.
Okay, so then the 90 or so percent is 3,639,561 on the income statement, but on the balance sheet we show the total that we would have expected. Is that what you're saying?
So at the end of the year, when we close the year, we make an assessment of what taxes are still due and owing to the library. At the end of June 30th, 2021, that number was $3,683,815. And since then, since that point in time, we've collected $3,639,561.
So that's the year-to-date, so that's a total that we've received to date?
Correct.
Okay. And so all we need to do is look at this page to see the difference in what we didn't receive, which is what's showing on the total on the balance sheet. Am I understanding that? That's why that number is higher? The balance sheet is incorrect because it's a total amount we don't get until the second tax period, or is that just subtract the income statement from this and the difference is just a few $100,000?
So, once again, we make this adjustment at the end of the year to reflect what the next installment will be when we get it in August. And then we don't change it until the same time the following year.
Okay.
So, you know, it's a nice number to see there, but it doesn't mean a whole lot.
Meaning
And
the total in the balance sheet?
The total on the balance sheet.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, so you're
Okay.
saying
If
from
you,
the
let me just
fiscal
finish
year,
my thought.
right?
Let me just finish my thought. If you want to know what our resources are, just look under cash and investments, $12,737,934.
Okay, thank you for that.
I have a
Did you
comment
have a
as well.
question?
No, it's not good.
Okay, so, did we vote on the payment bills?
Becky had a
I
comment.
have a comment on page
Oh,
27.
sorry, go ahead.
Where it was pointed out, yeah, page 27, it was pointed out that we are over budget for the month on library materials. However, we are only at 44% for the year. So we are not really over budget. We kind of are under budget if you follow all the way to the end of the line.
Yeah, since we're halfway through the year.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I apologize, but did we vote for payment of the bills?
Yes.
We did, so now we can move forward. All right, thank you. The next item on the agenda is the director's report. Cindy, it is all yours.
Just adding on to what Becky had said, this is Greg's last meeting, and we have many reasons to be grateful to Greg as he has worked diligently, both very publicly here at the board meetings and also behind the scenes in library operations as Assistant Director, Business and Operations Manager for the past 8 years. So I wanted to publicly thank him and also thank him for this transition period where he is sharing a lot of his knowledge with me and helping with that transition. So thank you, Greg, for that. And he had the opportunity to share with the supervisors at a meeting a couple weeks ago, sort of his 8 years here at the library, which I think was very helpful for them to hear the transitions that the library has gone through too, because some of them haven't been here that long. So that was really helpful. So he will be missed. So thank you. So I wanted to just mention that Allison Blatz was promoted to Youth Services Program Coordinator to replace Rebecca Anderson. And so we, at the writing of this report, we're at 82 employees, 41 part-time and 41 full-time. Patron Services Associate gave, part-time gave notice, and the Youth Services Librarian part-time resigned. We also had some employees reach some milestone anniversaries. I wanted to share that. David Dabrowski, Maintenance Supervisor, of 15 years of service at the library. Carol Young, Material Services Assistant, 25 years of service at the library. Raymond Batgavril, Security Monitor, Maintenance Assistants, 5 years at the library. And Mikey Orchowski, Youth Services Librarian, Elementary School Liaison, 5 years of service at the library. So they were recognized at the all-staff meeting as well. We're all aware of COVID-19, but I did want to put an update in here. It's been 20 months that the library has been learning to live with COVID, learning to wear masks. And so the kids are now starting to be vaccinated, which is fantastic. But that process has just started and is not complete. Almost all the staff members have received vaccination. And if you're like me, you probably have the CDC website bookmarked on your phone or in your computer, just so you can try to keep up with it. So with the holiday season coming, where we all are mingling and shopping with others and seeing people outside our normal bubble, I would ask everyone to please be cautious. And if you're feeling ill, if you find that you were within 6 feet of someone for 15 minutes in the last 24-hour period who might have tested positive, or if you're having symptoms, to please stay home as recommended by the CDC, and access the library materials remotely through the website. Try the, call us on the phone or chat. Check out an ebook, e-audiobook, as Diane was saying, and e-magazines. Stream movies and music. Enjoy the programs virtually. But visit the library when you're feeling better, please.
Very good.
So that we can all stay healthy. Later on the agenda, we're talking about the Illinois Library Presents. They had announced the first 2 programs, and that's in the board packet for you. And the age options payment arrived, and the program allocation is noted here as well. $6,000 for adult programming, $1,500 for digital services, and $2,500 for the as an innovator bonus sort of grant for memory tools, which they're going to be putting together and purchasing to help people with memory issues. So those will be circulating items as well. So if you have any other questions about the board report, you will note that the statistics sheet is not in here. I simply did not have time to compile it in the end. I was hoping to get it done today, but things just happened and I didn't get it done. So I will try to adjust to the new normal, and January 1st, I'll be doing 4 people's jobs. So, any questions?
Okay, Trustee Makula?
No questions.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No question.
Trustee Rosansky?
No question.
Trustee Olson?
Well, I have a couple of comments. After looking at some of the statistic pages, I noticed an increase in the number of program attendance, both in person and virtual. You have some pretty high numbers here. But I specifically want to mention 2 teen programs that I really thought were just so excellent. They haven't what do I want to say? They haven't started yet. So one of them is called Teens Making History, where teens learn about an historical event and then they make connections to current events. And the other one is called Social Justice Reading Club, where teens read and discuss social justice issues. I think that's just absolutely wonderful that we can offer such programs for the teens. And also the director's report, all of your explanations from the different departments, it's just great. I love the idea that we're continually updating our collection, even though we have to weed books and throw them out. It's not a sin, that's a library's life. You buy new ones, you weed. You buy more new ones, you weed. It's not a sin to take them off the shelf. I love the idea that your staff is continually researching new ideas, even looking for donations by local businesses. And then the questions that you answer by our patrons is just astounding. Just to find the answers, it's really, they're to be commended for their work. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Keene.
I just have a couple questions. I wanted to clarify the number of staff that we have lost since the spring.
Well, that was when this
I think
report was done, so, let's see.
Is it 22?
Yes, now it is at 22. That
So-
includes Greg.
Right.
He was not in these numbers because,
Okay, so if we have 82 now, and we've lost 22, we had 104 before?
um,
Yeah, okay. And then my other question is just wondering why the setup is different here tonight.
why the setup is different?
Yeah.
To try to get more of a profile, so you can sort of see who's speaking, was the idea.
Because it's really doing the opposite for me over here. I can't really, whoever's standing at the podium is not.
You're not visible, well, it's not visible.
No.
So it was to try to have the speaker and the entire board on the video. So by testing it yesterday, this seemed to be I think going forward, we'll end up with a two-camera situation instead, so that the camera would be sort of where, focusing on the speaker. So like if you were watching it, you would see the speaker talking, and it would be like a split screen. You'd see the speaker talking, and you'd see the board.
Interesting.
Instead of just seeing the board and then seeing the back of the speaker, like on TV. On camera.
Oh. Thank you for answering my question.
Okay, I just had one thing. I would like to congratulate the library staff for the certificate of appreciation awarded to them from Mayor Alpajanis for their Thanksgiving meals donations to family services. That was very commendable. So I
Yeah,
just
they were
wanted
very
to-
generous of the staff
To do
to,
that.
it just represents another way they care about the community and the people in it.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda, new business. Number 10. Okay, we have the 2020-21 audit presentation. Hello, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Wilkie. I'm one of the audit partners with Lauterbach and Amen, the library's auditor. So this evening we have for presentation the June 30th, 2021 annual audit. I believe you all have two documents in front of you this evening that I will briefly cover, and then certainly we can open it up for any questions that the board might have. We'll start with the larger bound document that includes the logo on the front. So if you have that handy, I would encourage you to pull that out. I will provide just a few.
No biggie. I'll listen.
You want my copy?
No.
I think I'll be okay.
I'll listen.
Okay.
I'll figure it out. I can look at it when I get home.
No problem.
I didn't realize we needed to bring it.
That's okay. You were assigned audit homework, right?
Yeah, but I didn't bring it with me.
That's
so.
okay. That's okay. The discussion tonight is really high level. As I said, I'll cover a few key pages and sections within the document, and then certainly we can answer any questions. So I want to start off with the audit process itself. Illinois state statute requires that the library undertake an independent audit within 6 months of the close of the fiscal year. So the library has engaged our firm to come in and do that required testing. We're here tonight with the final version of those results. There are many obvious entities that the audit then gets filed with as part of the process closing out the month here. So that's really the process in a nutshell, or why it exists. We started our testing way back during the close of the fiscal year in June. We start with library staff going through a planning meeting. We then go into preliminary field work in the summertime. And then we come back for our final field work testing. We then shortly thereafter issue a first draft version of the audit. We work with staff to have any feedback, changes, questions answered. And tonight we have that final product for presentation this evening. I certainly want to thank the staff for their hard work. This is a 6-month process from start to finish. There's a lot of back and forth communication, a lot of digging through files, providing backup and support. I'm happy to report this evening that at the end of our testing, we actually only had 2 journal entries that were proposed with staff during that process. We audit about 50 libraries on an annual basis. I will tell you we're pretty accustomed to seeing in the range of more like 10 to 20 adjusting journal entries is typically the norm. So I bring that up because it certainly is a testament to the level of support we get from the staff to be able to have fully adjusted trial balances when we come in. So I do want to point out the audit opinion. It is, in my opinion, the most important part of the document and why you engage us. That is on pages 1 and 2, so any of you that have that document in front of you. We issued what we call an unmodified or clean audit opinion. That is the highest level opinion that any government entity can receive from their audit firm. That opinion really covers 2 things. Number 1, you'll see that within the actual opinion paragraph on those 2 pages, it indicates that the financial statements are presented materially correct, meaning the balances that are presented within the financial statements we have been able to verify and they are in fact materially correct. You'll also see discussion on internal controls. And so while we are not providing an actual opinion on internal controls, that would be something more in the forensic audit space, if that makes sense. We are required as part of the engagement to do an overall assessment of the internal controls here at the library. So we do look at policies, procedures. We observe how transactions are recorded through the system. We engage in third-party confirmations with your outside banking institutions, for example, to confirm balances. And certainly this evening, if there were any red flags, areas of concern, or findings, we would obviously have to report those to the board. And we're happy to report we have no such findings, so truly a clean audit opinion. The very next section on pages 3 through 10 of the document, I always like to point out to our board members, it's called Management's Discussion and Analysis. The report is rather lengthy. As you've probably seen, there are a lot of numbers and disclosures that are required to be included in the library's audit each year. Pages 3 through 10 really act as the executive summary to the document. So while I'm not going into numbers detail tonight, I certainly want to point out this section because it is a good area of the report to kind of get that high-level overview of the results for the fiscal year. The last piece I want to point out is on pages 38 and 39 of that document, and it's in reference to the library's Illinois Municipal Retirement Fund, or IMRF fund, which is the pension plan that the library employees participate in. If you look at the far right column on page 39, you'll see the December 31st results for the plan. IMRF reports on a calendar year, which is why you're seeing the December 31st date, just FYI. And if you look towards the bottom of that page, I believe it's the 3rd line up from the bottom on page 39, you should see a number of about 105%. What this represents is actually that the library has completely met its pension obligation as of December 31st. So it's actually helping to create or drive down then the required contributions going forward because of that funded status. Much of that came in the form of using reserves in the past to help pre-fund some of those obligations. Okay. I'm happy to answer any questions on the larger bound document this evening if there are any trustees with questions that I can address.
Trustee Makula, do you have any questions?
What percentage of transactions and data do you investigate or sample?
There's no way I could give you a percentage off the top of my head, but we can certainly follow up with you. We look at every cycle. There's not a standard percentage that's applied in our industry.
I have no comment.
Thank you.
Trustee Rosansky?
No comments, thank you.
Trustee Olson?
I don't have any questions at this time.
Trustee Keane?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you.
You know, I had a question. It's about IMRF. It's inflows and outflows. It's on page.
Yes. I can give you a page number
It's
reference.
on 13. Oh, no. That's
11
not
and 12, I believe you're referencing.
wait a second. I think I'm looking at. Okay, yes, let's see, IMRF on page 15, deferred outflows, 11,360, which I believe was the result of page 11 and 12, if I'm understanding this.
It's the income statement side of the change in that line item for the entire fiscal year, the 11,000.
So the and that was the difference between the outflows and inflows, correct? That's where that.
From the beginning of the year to the end of the year, correct?
Okay, all right,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes.
I was trying to figure out where that came
Yes.
from. Okay, that is, and then I learned what culture and recreation means. I was like, what are we doing for
That's just
$5 million?
a general category that every library reports
It's
under, yes.
Well, I mean, salary and benefits, a little more familiar in my world, but that was fine. No, that's the only question I had. so
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a GASB requirement to create that type of category label.
Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, but thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes. Okay. The second document in front of you this evening is what we call our management letter. So this is really our opportunity on an annual basis just to provide feedback. Again, these aren't internal control related items, but things we would more deem either best practice, housekeeping type items, or new standards that are coming down the line. So I won't go through these in detail, but we had just a couple of recommendations provided this year. The first one relates to a new reporting standard with regards to leases and how the library will be required to report leases going forward. For anybody familiar in the FASB space, it's really following, in theory, what happens with private companies and how they report leases on their books. So we'll be working with library staff to ensure that that is implemented for next year's audit. The second one is our firm's policy is whenever we have a fund that dips below a zero fund balance, if that makes sense, so it turns into a deficit position. We always disclose that in our audit management letter as well. It's also disclosed in the notes to the financial statements, just FYI, and that relates to the Social Security Fund. Obviously, COVID, personnel levels, any tax levy related to personnel levels for any of our libraries this year has been cumbersome, as you can imagine, of, shut down, reopen. So this is one of those line items that is property tax backed, but related to personnel changes, and sometimes you've got that fluctuation. So it was just slightly in a deficit position. And then the last column relates to funds over budget for the year. Again, this is really just a housekeeping item. You'll see the Social Security Fund again listed. Again, we know the nuances of the pandemic and staffing levels. And then the general fund as well. Again, much of that was just the uncertainty at the budget time of what was going to happen during the pandemic. So not uncommon. We see it at a number of our libraries, especially in this last 20-month period of we all we're trying to establish a budget in the middle of a pandemic, but obviously reality hasn't always played out with what we were anticipating.
Okay, are there any questions? Trustee Makula?
No questions.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No questions.
Trustee Rosansky? No. Trustee Olson?
No.
Trustee King?
No.
I have one question, and I am looking at the Social Security Fund deficit on
comment 2.
It's 3,711, but then on the next page, I'm looking and I see Social Security excess, 16,000. Am I reading the same?
Those are two different topics. So comment number 2 relates to your ending equity in that fund or fund balance, and it's in a deficit position to the tune of $3,711.
As of June 30th.
As of June
Okay.
30th. Comment 3 relates to Social Security being over budget from a comparison of your budgeted expenditures to your actual expenditures.
Oh, that's.
So
what
two
that is.
completely different topics
Okay,
there.
good, because it confused me. Okay, and then I had a question. Now, Social Security varied because of the pandemic, but I believe during the pandemic, our payroll didn't waiver. We were one of the libraries who took care of our employees. Everyone received 100% payroll, whether we were closed or partially closed. So.
Right, but you only budgeted $232,000, so I think there was probably some anticipation that there might be impact, and so it was actually over budget, I think,
Oh, I'm
because
sorry,
of
I was
that.
talking about the, my mistake. I was talking about the deficit.
The 3,000?
Right, because
Yeah, so
our
if you-
payroll was consistent.
If you go to page 50 of the report, you'll see the Social Security Fund. You collected $247,000 in taxes. Your actual expenses were $249,000.
Okay,
That fund was actually in a deficit to even start the year,
okay.
so you added $2,000 to the
In
deficit.
addition, okay, gotcha. All right, well, thank you so much. Let me just check. No, that's it. Those are
Thank
my
you.
only questions. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda. 10B. Move to approve the intergovernmental, okay, wait, sorry, I need to switch gears here, my mistake. Do I have a motion to approve the intergovernmental agreement, also known as the Illinois Libraries Present with Northbrook Library and RAILS for joint purchasing of library programming, events, and services for the 6-month pilot program for the total amount of $1,150?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to make one statement. I received late this afternoon an email from our attorney who reviewed this contract, and I haven't had time to actually even review it, but he does say that after viewing this, and he's made several notations, that there remains a lot of questions and unknowns. I don't know exactly what he's alluding to, but I would like to suggest that we reevaluate this contract based on whatever his comments are and table it until January before we make a decision.
I have a
Is there
question.
date that we have to
Yeah,
do this?
that's what my question was. Do we have a deadline date for this? Because by tabling it to January, we might be cutting our throats here.
Well, this is the trial period.
I understand.
Of 6 months, and so then, if we could get it all sorted out, and then we could just,
I understand that.
yeah, I
But
would have to call them and see, I
Thank
think
you.
they're looking for members, so if we sign it in January, but I will have to call and check.
Thank you.
Okay.
So should we motion to table?
So moved.
Second.
Oh, that was quick. Margaret, can we have a roll?
I have a question. Since the original movement and second were different people, and the original movement was something different, do we not have to be asked if we accept that change?
Let's see, so there's a motion to table,
Yes.
so then you vote on the motion to table, and if it doesn't table, then you go back to the original
Okay.
motion.
Okay. I was just clarifying
Mm-hmm.
what's going on here. Thank you.
I'm trying to see if there's a deadline in here.
We're voting to table.
We're voting to table it till next month.
So Carolyn, do you want me to go ahead and take
Please,
the roll?
please call the
For
roll,
the
yes.
table?
Yes, thank you so much.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
I'd like to pass. I want to think about this a minute.
Trustee Olson?
No.
Trustee King?
No.
Okay, motion
Okay.
failed, so,
Hold
do
on.
you
No.
wanna-
Hold on. No?
Motion failed. 3-3.
Okay,
To
so-
table. So now you have to go back to the
table, so
original
failed.
motion.
Okay, so the original is to approve this intergovernmental agreement. Okay, Margaret, please call the roll. Oh, I'm sorry, so sorry.
No, it's okay. Just need to add some more things. Okay, so for the original motion, Trustee
Yes,
Derblick?
please. No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Makula?
No.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes,
Trustee King?
Yes.
so both motions failed. Yep, thank you.
Yeah, so
Okay,
we
the next
accomplished
item
it.
on the agenda is unfinished business. And,
Where's number C?
So we're at number C
Yes, we're
here.
on
Oh,
number
sorry,
C.
sorry.
10C.
move to approve, oh my gosh, sorry. Move to approve the appointment of Cindy Rademacher as authorized agent for IMRF. Do I have a motion to approve the appointment of Cindy Rademacher as authorized agent for IMRF?
So moved.
Second.
So this is, Margaret, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
5 ayes, passes.
Okay, the next item is 10D. Do I have a motion to approve the account resolution certificate for Treasury Management Services government entity?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Are there any questions or?
So what this does is it just
Thank you.
officially, this is the bank's request to have this resolution to say that I'm on the account as well as Joe and Carolyn and Suzanne to sign checks. So that already happened in
When they got
Susan
on
left
board.
in June.
May.
Oh, yeah, so they went on in May, and then I went on in August or whenever. But the bank wants this resolution. The last one I could find in our file was 2013 when Susan became interim director. But,
Okay, we're
anyway,
doing,
it's a formality.
we need to do what we're doing.
Did you want to say?
Okay, are there any questions?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Rozansky? Trustee Olson?
So when the people change, that you have to notify them, is that it?
Yes.
So technically, whenever we change, if they want that redone?
I don't know if it has to be a resolution every time, because like I said, it's changed.
Okay,
Without
thank
the
you.
resolution, but, we were, anyway, I asked them and they said, yes, they need this resolution.
All right, yes.
No,
Trustee
we're not voting yet.
Trustee
Well-
King, did I miss you?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
She-
No questions, no.
Okay, thank you. Margaret, would you please call the roll?
Okay.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee King?
Yes.
Okay, 5 passes.
Thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda is 11, unfinished business. 11A, the new website demonstration by Sasha Vasilik, Public Relations and Marketing Supervisor. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to dim the lights a little bit.
Oh, please, thank you.
Alrighty. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Thank you. First and foremost, good evening, trustees. Thank you very much for including this item on tonight's agenda. I am very excited and happy to present a almost final version of our new website, which is not this. That looks maybe very familiar to some of you.
Yeah.
No, it is not that. Excuse me. I do want to mention a few things before I do the reveal, is that we've been working on this website redesign project since the beginning of this year, kind of springtime. There was a committee that consisted of myself. I led the committee. Susan was on the committee, now Cindy. Greg's on the committee, and also Robin, who is our PR and marketing coordinator. We did also work with key staff members in the library who use the website a lot to demonstrate it, whether it be at schools or while they're at the public service desks. So they were very helpful. And we also worked with Lauren from the Digital Services Department to help us organize in the best way possible our online resources and digital streaming and downloading services so they're represented as best as possible. So what we have on the screen here is our current website, which it had its birthday in September. It turned 8 years old, yes. So we've had this website for quite some time now. And I won't give much attention to it as much as I would like to give attention to what we will be expecting, hopefully at the beginning of next year. So there is more to this site, but I do want to just start from the top. I'm going to focus a lot about the homepage. The homepage is a very important destination on your site, and then I will share some examples a little deeper that I think would be important for the board to know because it does affect the information about the board. So I will, one thing that I want to say just to start that I'm very proud of is our website will be ADA compliant, which includes the fonts that we chose, the size of the fonts, even the colors that were chosen. You know, if you're familiar with what our van looks like, the van has the colorful stripes on it. So all those colors are part of our branding. So the branding colors are very, very important to me. But when we were talking with our developers about wanting to use our color palette, they explained to us that unfortunately some of those colors were not very colorblind friendly. So you will see those colors, but maybe darker or lighter. There is a way to test it to make sure that we are being inclusive of them. So that was a hard pill to swallow because I really love our colors, but I understand the importance and we want to make sure that everybody has a good experience on our site. So starting from the top, you see the orange bar that goes across. It's called an alert bar. So this would have been very, very helpful kind of at the beginning of the pandemic. A lot of websites have this nowadays because it's at the top of the page and it alerts. You know, we could have used it to alert that our hours were changing, that we were closed, that we're open, all sorts of things. So I'm very happy that we will be having that now. I do see that as a place to continue, for the board to continue being transparent and when the meetings are. We kind of do that right now with this like blue banner at the top, right? But this would be a much better location for it. And what's really, really nice is we can schedule it and it just disappears when we don't need it anymore. So that helps a lot. So right underneath it, I'm bringing my cursor down to this kind of blue bar here. It's kind of the start of the layers of important information that we want to showcase on our site. So starting with this blue bar, we have hours and location. The location's not in there just yet, but if you hover over it, it gives what the current hours are. To the right of it, we have My Account, which goes to our catalog where you could, you know, check out your items and all that sort of stuff.
It counts, we'll pick up your Libby stuff and all that too?
I'm not sure about the online stuff, but I know like you could check like when your items are due of physical items. We also have, you know, an action here that we don't have right now, which is get a library card. We want to make it pretty front and center. So if you click on it, it gives you more information and a form to fill out. This is also a very, very, very exciting feature that we did not have thus far, where our website will be able to get translated in over 100 different languages.
Awesome.
Yeah, so we are using Google Translate as the service. So that is very, very exciting. I had to literally go and count every single one because I wanted to give you all a very accurate answer. I stopped at 100, but it's like
That's
100 and maybe
wonderful.
20 or something. So as we move, I will talk about this area, the white area underneath the blue bar in a second. It's kind of a little bit of a bigger deal. So as we scroll down, we have this new feature where our search bar is front and center. So you can search our catalog directly here, or you could switch it and search the website. So, we're really giving I think our search bar right now is like at the top, it's smaller, but we are really emphasizing that like you can come to our website and search for what you're looking for. This picture behind it might look familiar. It's of the Kids Space Department, and this is somewhat of like a billboard on our homepage where we can change that, image seasonally. I mean, every single day if we really wanted to, but just to kind of start, just so you can get kind of an idea. The Kids Space Department is so colorful and beautiful, so we chose that picture to start. As we move down, we have over here what we would like to call like the quick links. Which you'll see that we are highlighting Get a Library Card again, and I will explain, I guess I could explain now, but I could show it later, is our website is also going to be mobile responsive. So if you're looking at our site, like on your phone or on your tablet, it's going to change and make it look like nothing ever happened. With the options that were shown by the developers of how the mobile versions were going to show, these quick links have such a higher precedent than some of the other things because they kind of have to shift in a certain way. So we thought that repeating the importance of getting a library card on an avenue that a lot of people use, which is their mobile devices, that repeating that again would be very, very helpful. We are also promoting our online resources here with one click. Our digital library, which is like ebooks and streaming services. Attend a Program goes to our calendar, and then also new materials will go to a web page that has different new material genres that link to the catalog. Did you have something, Patty?
Yeah, attend the program. My God, trying to figure that out on a regular site, that's fantastic.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
You're hearing that from a senior.
Okay. So those are the quick links. So as we move down to the left-hand side, we're calling this section What's Trending at the Library. If you're familiar with our site and other websites, they have what's called like a carousel, which is like a moving slideshow, if you will. That is very, maybe someone would call it fancy, but the problem with the slideshows is if you just start scrolling to the bottom and you totally miss it, or there's 5 of them and you're not going to see what the first one or the 5th one was, we wanted something static. This does not move. And these are the 6, trending topics that I think some of them, like for example, COVID-19 updates and the library highlights might stay for a longer period of time, but winter reading would switch. Traveling abroad is the passport services, creative studio, the creative studio space, and then meet the author as an event. So I mean, those can get switched out, but that's kind of our version of the carousel. To the right of what's trending, it'll be fed when we're live, but this is a feed from our calendar that shows the next 6 programs that we're having. So you can click on any one of those and it will take you to the event to register, or you can click view full calendar, which will take you to the full calendar. As we scroll, and we're almost at the bottom, this is another new feature that we do not have currently on our website, and we are not currently showcasing as best as possible our collection. So this section called Your Next Great Read. So that is called a book river, that moving, how it moves. And I believe this will get fed directly from our catalog, and we can customize the lists and all that sort of stuff. But for the sake of presentation and launch, you'll see right above, it says adults, teens, kids. You click on any one of those, they switch to adults, teens, and kids materials. What I really, really like about this, and I'm sorry to have to admit it on record, but I judge a book by its cover sometimes.
That's right.
So this, just seeing all these book covers, they're so beautifully designed, that hopefully the pop of color, and it'll be something attractive for our library users when they come on our site.
But that comes up just random then, the different books? that are flipping through?
We would feed an area, that you obviously won't see, with like, let's say 10 books. So it'll keep on moving with those 10 books until we tell them.
Because I see one coming back again.
Right, yeah, yeah. So this is all kind of just for
Okay.
presentation, but yes.
And then how about different levels or children's books?
Yeah, so you'll see up here.
Oh, there's choices.
Yeah, there's teens, which they're still using those same books for presentation purposes, but it'll switch to teens.
Right, oh, I see.
And then kids.
When you click, or I don't know because you haven't gotten to that yet, authors, for example, will it do something like this with authors or just list their books? Or you don't know yet?
Are you saying in regards to this book,
The
River?
picture thing with the books.
So I'm not sure right at this moment how we're going to like that back end just yet, but I know that the covers will feed in. You'll click on the cover and it'll take you directly to the catalog.
Okay.
For you to place your hold, read the description, and so forth. So we end the home page with a pretty basic footer: contact the library, library hours, social media links, and then signing up for the e-newsletter. So I want to go back to the top to a place that I missed on purpose. So this section right here, the white, is our main menu. And we chose these 5 topics, themes, I don't know exactly how to describe it, menu items, on purpose because they were the right words for the umbrella of all the many things that we offer that goes underneath them. So we chose borrow, calendar, research and learn, services, and about. And another really great feature for us is when you hover over any one of these 5, what pops up is called a mega menu. And we have like no menu right now. We have so many clicks and hoops that our poor library users need to go through to get to what they want. What's great about a mega menu is just how you see it right here. It is a bird's eye view of everything there is to borrow, for example, at the library. And we strategically categorize certain things. For example, borrow. The left and the middle were purposely chosen that way to represent the physical library, so what's on the shelves, versus digital library, which is what you could do at home, downloading, streaming, and so forth. One other goal that we had was, if you see under the on the shelves, we are bringing to the forefront the technology equipment that is available for checkout. We're bringing to the forefront something that we do not have on our current site, which is called special collections. So outside of books and the typical things that we offer a lot of very, very unique items. For example, we have STEAM kits, we have early literacy kits, we have binge boxes that are a little out of the box. That this is going to be a great way, I think, that we are going to showcase those items so that the community can come and check them out. Calendar is, I'm starting from the left, is breaking it down by the, different age groups. In the middle, kind of highlighting some of the popular ones. And then on the right, under Explore, being the home to like our newsletter, e-newsletter, and other items. Research and Learn is the home to all of our online resources, and similar to Borrow, where we broke down the physical library versus our digital library, the online resources can be broken up into probably many categories, but 2 probably big categories would be research resources and then online learning resources. So, we really wanted to showcase that you could use under online learning, Gale courses, and get a certificate just for using your library card and going through, the process and not having it be, hidden under G. Just kind of bringing things to the forefront was a very, very important thing for us for this project. Speaking of project, one other thing that we brought to the forefront, which unfortunately was not placed in the best place, is we are bringing our very important Veterans History Project back up where it deserves to be. So under Research and Learn, if you see all the way to the right, under more resources, the Veterans History Project has a much more center home where it is not somewhere else on the site, the bottom of the site or anything like that. We're putting it where it belongs. So we move on to services. As you all know, we offer a lot of services. So we broke down the services by in the library, services for, the different kind of people, whether you're a parent, kid, teacher, business person, job seeker. We broke down all the different technology that's available at the library, and then we also have in the community services, which you all know, homebound delivery. We also have a museum pass program that we're part of. And then we also have a resource guide to the preschools and daycares in the community. Last but not least is about, and under about is what you would think it would be. It's everything about us, and where you can get information about volunteering at the library, borrowing information. I would bring everyone's attention to under about us. We have the Board of Trustees here, all of your information about administration. FOIA and transparency is in a much more central location and easy to find. Libraries, history, and so forth. So I do want to actually click on one of these. So I'm going to click on the Board of Trustees, since that is very important to all of you, to show you what a page would look like when you actually click it inside. So what's nice is this kind of alert bar will follow you from page to page. These kind of menu items will continue to follow. The search bar will continue to follow, but as you can see, it's a much smaller picture of KidSpace to kind of give more light to whatever page you're actually on. And then on the right-hand side, those quick links are still here. We find these to be very important. We want them to follow the user, on their journey on our site. So the Board of Trustees page, all this information was taken directly from what is on the Board of Trustees page currently. What I will admit is that the Board of Trustees pages are a little all over the place right now, and we do get information about, like, I clicked here, but I went here and it wasn't there. So the beauty of this is there's one Board of Trustees page with all things Board of Trustees. So I'm very excited that hopefully there won't be any confusion from the community in the future on how to find agendas and videos and so forth. So, we have board members, and this list is from a different version, so it has changed. Yes. And then we have another feature that we don't have on our current site, which you see these bars down here. So these are called accordion menus, and they're called accordion because they open and then they close. I won't show the close part, because I want to show you what's here. So we have board information. So if you click on that, it'll take you to board book with the agendas and all the fun stuff that's there. The board meeting dates are listed here. And you can close all these if they're just in your way, which is nice. And then we have, direct links to all the board meetings that are on YouTube. So just pick a date and it'll take you straight to our YouTube channel.
Looks wonderful.
Thank you. And then on the bottom, we have contacting the board as a whole, so that email that goes to everybody instead of individually. So that is the board page. And then I wanted
question,
to...
Sasha.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Is there going to be somewhere on that page where the policies and the bylaws are listed?
I don't think on that page, but I'm not sure if it's the same information, but we do have this borrowing information section. Oh, it should be on here. Hold on, I'm sorry. Accessing your account. Unless that's on FOIA. I don't know if that's on the FOIA page.
Because I don't think they're on the current website.
Okay.
And I think it's really important for the board to be transparent and have those things somewhere on the website.
Sure.
That's easy.
Sure, that'll be an easy fix.
Did we create a page for those items yet?
No, because it's not there yet, so yes, we could.
Okay,
yeah.
because I remember you and I spoken, and I do have some notes, policies, resolutions, ordinances, and intergovernmental agreements. And the reason I'd like to see, and I agree with Trustee Keeney Adams, not only will we be transparent, but if all of this information is on our website, then the public that's looking for this information could go directly there.
Sure.
And it may decrease FOIA requests because all the information is available.
Yeah, so the beauty of the site is, I wouldn't want to make any design. I think we're a little late design-wise, but we could always, like the colors and what you see, but adding information and sections is going to be very easy for us to do.
I was going to say, this is a lot more open to that than the old system, isn't it?
Yeah. So, adding new items or whatever, that'll be, pretty easy.
Should these type of items be connected with the Board of Trustees page?
Well, wording on that, you want it to be as easily found as possible. Because we're not all as computer literate as some of us. or as some, I'm counting myself as the nots.
Well, those are items that are about us, so if it's not.
No,
if-
I'm not asking that you should put it there. I don't know where to put it. Should it have its own page?
Well, I'm
is it
just, that's what I'm trying to say, that,
Okay.
I'd have to think about where the best place, and,
Sure.
it's always great to get some ideas of how other libraries that have done their sites, just, see where they're putting things. That's
Okay,
always very
great.
helpful. So it could be its own thing under About Us, because, those items are about us.
Good point.
Or, I don't know if their home is on FOIA, I don't know if their home is on board, but the long story short is we can have a home for it.
Okay,
Cool.
thank you.
Thank you.
So that is pretty much the
Nice.
the quick demo of where we're headed. I would say the next steps are, I did receive kind of some final notes from the developer, so just to cross-check that those items have been updated. And then we do want to do some usability testing with our staff, and then also with our patrons. Just to see, did we make our mark? If we said, find this here, and we thought it was the right place, but really it was not the right place.
How soon do you anticipate that trial stuff with our patrons?
It would probably be hopefully in the month of January. I don't expect anything, obviously with the holidays coming up. And like I said, I just got a version, of what we're seeing right now. So I need to cross-check that whatever we asked the developers to fix, that they did actually,
That's cool.
fix it. So the goal is early 2022 of launching, finally launching, approximately. You never know.
Great job, Sasha. Thank you. It's
Sasha, can I
Thank you.
just ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
In terms of staff members, could we have like an actual site for them with their pictures and bio in reference to that as well?
What we have, what we currently have on our site and what we have here on the news site is we've only showcased administration. So the administration team. So as you see here in the administration, there's no bios or anything like that, but, we have how to reach them. So if you see, I have it on the screen over here. So we have, we have Cindy, Greg, we have the department supervisors, our emails are there, our phone numbers are there, our titles are there.
But to get familiar with the library itself, maybe have a picture of them, showing them and, who they are.
Yeah.
So they can have a connection with the community and.
Sure, yeah, like I said, we've not ever done we're the whole staff directory by any means, but this is as far as we've gone, is just listing the supervisors and upper management.
My question is, if we did something like that, I would assume we have to be extremely cautious and careful what we put in there because of the fact we don't want to put out stuff that's going to cause us flashback, because when we have closed meetings, act and stuff, there's certain things, especially pertaining to personnel, we're not supposed to put out there. So that's the one thing I would be concerned about, how much you're putting on something that's pertaining to staff.
Sure, I could see on this page adding photos of getting to know. I personally wouldn't do bios just because we really are trying to, I don't know if you noticed in the board, your questions that you answered, we took out just to keep things just shorter and to the point. But I think we could, figure out a way to add the pictures at least of everyone that's on this list.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Any other questions? Well, thank you all for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good
Great job.
Very nice. I can't wait for it to come out.
Me too.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is 11B. At this time, the contract with Evans, Marshall & Pease remains enforceable. The accountant has rescinded his intention to cancel the contract, and the board never accepted that rescission. Therefore, the contract is still in force. At that point, I have put on the agenda a motion. Do I have a motion to cancel the contract with Evans, Marshall & Pease and search for other companies?
Yes, I motion.
I need a move-in and a second. So you're the move-in?
Yeah.
Can I have a second?
I go ahead, sorry.
That she's on 11B.
Right, but I just heard that they are not rescinding their,
It's because
The accountant has.
They have rescinded, right.
I'll read it again, okay?
Yeah,
I don't know if
please.
you weren't here. At this time, the contract with Evans, Marshall, and Pease remains enforceable. The accountant has rescinded his intention to cancel the contract, and the board never accepted that rescission. Therefore, the contract is still in force. So,
But what's on the
motion-
agenda is the move to cancel, not anything, what you just read is not on the agenda.
Okay, what I read is the status of this company, and the motion is, I need a motion to cancel the contract with Evans, Marshall, and Pease and search for other companies.
So moved.
Well, I think
It's already been moved.
Patty moved it. You want to be the second?
Second.
Joe McCullough. Okay.
When can we amend it? Can I suggest an amendment?
Right now, we're going to vote to cancel.
Well, isn't this the time to, if somebody wants to amend whatever they want to amend, that it's stated before we do any voting?
Yeah.
Yeah, is that not correct?
So you would like, so you want to change the motion, amend
Yes.
the motion? Go ahead. What would you
Yes,
like to change
I think we
it
should
to?
just move to cancel the contract.
Well, that's the motion.
Well, no, it has more, it says, and search for other companies. And I'm saying, no, let's just move to cancel the contract with them, period.
My concern about other companies, which is something we will discuss.
That's what I mean, I don't want it
So
in
that
this
can come
motion.
under the discussion part.
So what's so are we amending the motion?
Well, that's what I'm suggesting.
Okay, so do I need a movement and a second to amend the motion?
Then I think you have to make a motion to amend the,
Well, she just said it. We just need,
okay.
Right, that's what the
so the
amendment
amendment,
is, just to move, to cancel the contract.
okay,
Just to cancel the contract.
okay, so do I need a movement and a second to
No, she
amend?
moved. You need a second for the
You need a
amendment.
second.
I second.
So Patty moved and, Becky
And Joe,
Keane.
no.
Okay, wait, we're changing, Diane
moved.
just changed the motion.
Yes, so I'm sorry, okay.
So where do we stand?
So you got to vote on the amendment, the amended
Or
motion.
you have to ask.
So I don't need a movement and a second,
not
we
on the
just need to
amendment.
take,
That's on the
okay,
amendment.
thank you. Margaret, please call.
What are we voting on exactly at
They're
this point?
changing the motion.
What-
Move to cancel the contract with Evans, Marshall, and Pease, period.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay, so I have it. Diane moved and Becky second. Excellent. Trustee Derblick?
No.
That's it, we're supposed to discuss it. And
The
why-
motion's not on the table yet.
Yeah, it was moved and seconded.
So the motion, the original motion has a movement and a second. Then there was an amendment,
Mhm.
which also has a movement and a second.
Oh,
And-
so now we got a movement and a second on the second one. Okay, I thought we
Yeah,
were
so
just gonna
then you-
vote.
then you
Okay.
need to talk-
Discuss.
Now
Then you
is
need to
when we
discuss it.
discuss.
You're thinking that they want to table it, at which point you would then vote on what
Oh, no, I'm
immediately
fine.
on the table.
Okay.
But this is not a table, it's an amendment.
Oh, no, I'm aware of that. Okay, so we have a movement and a second. So at this time, I will call the trustees. Trustee McCullough, anything to say?
Yes, I believe we should stay with Evans, Marshall, and Pease and let them continue their contract.
Okay, trustee Schoenfeld.
I have nothing to say at this time.
Trustee Rosansky.
Yes, since we had the situation we did with this particular auditing firm, and they walked out and said, and sent us the letter, the idea of continuing with them is beyond, as far as I'm concerned. They walked, they said they're quitting, they sent us a letter, we should accept that letter. And as far as the idea, we will be needing to discuss, but I don't think we need to combine it with this, finding another alternative for an accounting, because for one, Greg is leaving. We can discuss that later. That should not be, in my opinion, added with this amendment. Or this
Motion. I understand,
Thank you.
I understand.
My, Joe's comment threw me.
Okay, trustee Olson.
Yeah, I just think the two should not be lumped together. They're two different things.
Okay. Trustee Keene.
I agree, they should be separated. That's all.
Okay. All right, any other comments? Margaret, please call.
I was going to say, I believe the gentleman, Chris, whatever, from the accounting firm of Evans, Marshall, and Pease, walked out because he was
We know, we read your
given a
article,
hard time
thank
by
you.
some of the trustees and was treated very rudely, because you can see it on the video, and
Thank you, Joe.
I think that's the reason.
We are voting on whether or not
To
to
cancel.
accept his company's.
No, the motion is to cancel the
cancel
contract
the
with
contract.
Evans, Marshall, and Pease.
Period.
Not to say, oh, we forget about it.
Okay, so, Margaret, sorry. Would you please call the roll?
And this is the amended motion.
To cancel the
Yes.
contract with Evans, Marshall, and Pease.
Period.
Trustee Derblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Makula?
No.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
Tied. 3 and 3 fails.
Okay, now we go back to the original motion.
Yeah, go back to the original one.
Which is?
Move to cancel the contract. Do I have a motion to cancel the contract with Evans, Marshall, and Pease and search for other companies?
Don't we go according to our original?
already have a movement
We
and a
already
second.
had a movement in a second.
No, somebody just asked what was the motion, so I read it.
Okay.
So we're going back to the first one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, though, Greg.
All set?
All right, Margaret, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Derblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Makula?
No.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
Tied 3 fails.
He sent us a letter saying he quit, he walked out, said he quit, and yet you still won't
And
accept.
we can't even, we can't hire, we can't fire, we can't.
It doesn't
we
matter.
can't do anything.
It doesn't matter.
He's begging us.
No, he's not. It doesn't matter. Chris thinks, Joe thinks he's the second coming, so that's what we got.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is 12, executive session.
At this time,
Do
can I
I-
ask, how many things are you planning on discussing in executive session?
We have-
Are we going to be here for another 2
Well,
hours?
we have 2 subjects and we have to go into executive session tonight. So do I have a motion to go into executive session to review closed session minutes? The appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Margaret, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
I'm passing at this moment.
Okay. Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
I want to clarify before voting that we won't be discussing anything that should be discussed in public session, such as job descriptions, etc. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I will inform the board of the specifics, and we need to stay on topic.
Okay.
Whatever
Because-
the executive session topic is, that's all we're going to discuss. You can't waiver.
So if
Okay.
we are in executive session and discussion ensues about things that should be discussed in public, we will walk out.
Yes.
Well, you can, because we don't have any intentions of bringing it up.
Well,
There's nothing
Just-
that's going to be
just
discussed.
making
that
sure
could-
we're
It's
all on the
happened in
same
the
page.
past.
So my vote then is yes.
Yes? And then
Okay.
Trustee Rozanski?
Okay, I will vote yes.
Yes? Okay, 5 passes.
All right, okay, thank you, Margaret.
Motion to return to open session.
Motion.
Patty? Diane, okay. The time is 11:17 PM. Okay. Final action on closed session.
Do you need a roll call for that?
You know what, he said we don't take a roll call because we're not supposed to really leave, so no, that we don't do that.
Okay.
But final action on closed session, now we have several, do I have to get a, do I have to have a motion for each?
Two motions.
Can I do one motion and do all the minutes?
Oh, the minutes.
Yes. Yeah,
That
was a big portion of
Yeah.
our.
Yeah, I know, okay.
Do we have to do them individually? Like minutes?
Well, did we have them in groups of 3, where you mentioned those dates in the
I
groups?
just need to know the final disposition, so if you just want to do it
Can I
by
read them all?
dates,
I
yeah.
can give you a copy
That would be great.
of this.
Or what we did, where's that copy? I don't even.
Gave it to Fred.
I have this.
Oh, we threw it out
Yeah.
upstairs.
Okay,
You should probably read them into the record, though, I guess. You should read the dates into the record.
I'll read each one into the record, but it'll be one motion and then we'll, okay. Approval, okay, wait, how should I say this? Approve with corrections and release the executive session minutes from May 24th, 2021. Approve with corrections and release the executive session minutes from June 18th, 2021. Approve with corrections and release the executive session minutes from July 21st, 2021. Approve and release the executive session minutes from June 17th, 2015. Approve and release the executive session minutes from November 14th, 2018. Approve and release the executive session minutes from October 17th, 2018. Approve and release the executive session minutes from June 17th, 2020. Approve and release the executive session minutes from July 17th, 2019. Approve and release the executive session minutes of June 19th, 2019. Approve and release the executive session minutes of May 22nd, 2019. Approve and release the executive sessions of April 21st, 2021. Approve and release the executive session minutes of October 15th, 2020. Approve and release the executive session minutes of August 19th, 2020. Approve and release the executive minutes of April 21st, 2021. So that's all of them. So
There should be how many?
14.
I have 14.
Yeah, I was going to say there were 3 groups of 4, and then 2 others, or
Did you only have 2 others?
I only had 3. 3. So
Then
it
that
was
would-
1 group of 3, and 2 groups of 4, and her 3.
So are we missing one?
No.
There was 3, 5, 3, 4, 3, and 3.
Okay. Whatever, as long as it added up to 14, so be it.
That's only 13. Must have been
There's only 13.
1, 2.
I have 1, 2, 3. I have 14.
Me too.
You know what, I'll tell you what. Do we need to check those sheets against this before we make this motion?
Needs to be right.
Yeah,
don't
can
know
I
what
have
you
those,
mean.
all those minutes? Are these all the minutes that we approved tonight? That's it?
These are mine.
No, I need them all. Yeah, I need yours too. You mean these are yours?
Right, these are from mine.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sure you checked them off on your little paper.
I know, but Sue has less than me.
Because there was none that.
These are your three.
There were none that we didn't pass.
What's the date?
May 24th, 2021, June 18th, 2021, and July 21st, 2021. So the first three were Sue's, and then this nightmare, June 17th, 2015. November 14th, 2018. October 17th, 2018. June 17th, 2020. June 17th, 2019. June 19th, 2019. May 22nd, 2019.
And you got one more paragraph.
Yes. April 21st, 2021. October 15th, 2020. And
Is that the one for
August
2015?
19th.
wait a minute. April 21st is down here. Okay, I see. October 15th and August 19th, 2020. Okay, that's it.
So not April 21.
April 21, 21.
So that makes 14.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You're right. I counted wrong. Sorry. Okay.
So they're all approved with corrections and released.
Right. Well, no, the first 1, 2, 3 are approved with corrections and released. The rest are approved and released because they were redacted. Okay. We got better at it. All right. So now do we take a vote? A roll call?
Well, what, do we have to just, on those, and vote on those?
And vote on these.
Yeah, we didn't vote. We have the moving in the second.
Mm-hmm.
So
Did
who
we have
moved?
it?
Yes, we did that, right? I
No,
have
you
Patty and
did not.
Diane.
No, that was to,
That was to bring us back into session.
yeah.
Oh, I thought I said, do I have a motion to approve the executive session minutes? And then I thought I read all these. Okay.
Yeah, but we didn't get the first and the second.
So now I need, oh no, I
Yes.
did it wrong.
No, it's fine, just let's do it.
Okay. Do I have a movement?
So moved.
Joe McCullough. Next.
Second.
Thank you, Diane Olson. All right.
Okay, now you need to vote. Okay, let me get back here. Okay, Trustee Derblick,
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
Trustee McCullough,
Yes?
Trustee
Yes.
Rosansky, Trustee Olson,
Yes.
Trustee Keane.
Yes.
Okay, now, do I have, I'm doing two things. Wait, 1 second. Here it is. Do I have a motion to declare the intent of the board to fill the position of supervisor of maintenance and security, including hiring from the outside, and declare that the supervisory position hiring will, that's the wrong. Will n-
Nullify.
Will not, well, is that what we wanted to say? I thought.
Will nullify.
No, it isn't, but go ahead.
Will not nullify.
All right, I know, I just thought because it was different than what I had. All right, let me do this again. Move to declare the intent of the board to fill the position of the supervisor of maintenance security, including hiring from outside. Move to declare the intent of the board to fill the position of supervisor of maintenance and security, including hiring from the outside, and declare that the supervisory position hiring will not nullify our hiring freeze. All right, sorry, I know that.
Is that what we said?
No,
We never said the word nullify.
we never said the word nullified. but that position is not affected.
Does
You
not
could say that
fall
it's not
under the hiring.
Does not fall under the hiring freeze. That would be fine. Because my concern is, depending on how it's worded, people won't apply.
No, this is for us. This isn't for.
Okay?
Hiring, okay, outside.
It was like moved to-
Hiring is outside the
Yes, hiring
hiring freeze?
from the outside, and declare that the supervisory position hiring will not nullify our hiring freeze.
I thought Patty had different language. but I
Yes,
didn't know if I-
will not be affected by the hiring freeze.
Nullify is a more legal term to use.
But that's not what we
But
discussed.
that's not what we discussed, and I'm concerned if you say that like that, people won't apply, figuring, so what, are they gonna pull like they did at the other meeting and say this job is affected by the hiring freeze?
We need to
We
use,
aren't affecting the hiring
Okay.
freeze.
Okay, I
And
see, I
this
see.
isn't
But
affected by the
but
hiring
Patty,
freeze.
this isn't gonna have anything to do with the job description. What are you saying?
That has-
What my concern is, people watch the video. And people watching this video, if they hear it worded the way Joe says it's legal, might feel that at a future meeting, when the job comes up, they'll say, oh, sorry, we can't really hire you because there's the hiring freeze.
The
Okay.
point is that we
No.
didn't say that.
We
at
didn't
the
say
Okay.
nullified either.
All right, then
What
we're
was
going-
written down
all right, I'll
upstairs?
I'll restate it. Move to declare the intent of the board to fill the position of supervisor and maintenance and security, including hiring from outside. The board declares that the position of supervisor of maintenance and security does not fall under the hiring freeze.
Thank you. This way, it's less confusing to anybody who's watching the video also.
yeah, but that does not say
You
our
know what,
hiring
Joe? We are
freeze.
done, thank you.
It does not say our hiring freeze is still in effect.
Doesn't say
Joe,
that it's
it
not
doesn't,
either.
we say it
Talk
isn't.
about that.
That's
And
why we need the word
problem is,
nullify in
Joe,
there.
The problem is, Joe,
We don't have.
how late do you want to stay here?
Hey, wait, Joe,
No.
what's your point? I'm missing your
What's-
point. Does not fall under the hiring freeze. It's a position that doesn't fall under the hiring
All right.
freeze.
Because it's a supervisor.
And the
position.
hiring freeze is still where it was
Okay.
an hour ago.
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
Next.
Okay, discussion, or are we ready for voting?
We're ready for a
Let's get
vote.
this over with.
Okay, trustee Derblick,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
trustee McCullough,
Yes.
trustee Rosansky,
Yes.
trustee Olson.
Yes.
Trustee Keene.
Yes.
Okay.
6, motion passes.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve a 3-month compensation for Rich Woznica as interim maintenance and security supervisor as follows? January, $3,000. February, $3,500. March, $4,000.
So motion.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Trustee Derblick,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
trustee McCullough,
Yes.
trustee
Yes.
Rosansky, trustee Olson.
Yes.
Trustee Keene.
Yes.
6 yeses, motion passes. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. We're not done yet. Number 14 on the agenda is other. At this time, I will call the trustees individually to speak. Joe, do you have any, Miss Trustee McCullough, anything under other?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
Nothing at this time.
Trustee Rosansky.
If possible, I'd like to come back. I want to read over my notes a little bit.
Trustee Olson.
Not at this time, maybe later.
Trustee Keene.
Yes. There are a couple items in the Speak Out in the Journal that I wanted to address recently. One was about, on December 1st, called Resident Input. There was a claim of a review of the reading materials at Niles Main District Library show a few dozen books written in languages such as Polish, Italian, Hindi, etc., which is low compared with the thousands of books in the collection. So it wasn't clear to me which collection this is referring to, so I wanted to talk about both the adult and youth collections. Our adult print collection has 110,000 items, of which 13,000 are in other languages, although none are in Italian. So that made me think that maybe they were talking about the youth collection. So in that collection, we have 79,000 print items, of which 4,700 are in other languages, including a few in Italian. I feel this is a very robust amount of materials in other languages that include Polish, Russian, Italian, Spanish, Hindi, Gujarati, Korean, Urdu, and Arabic. As for a lack of books, it's also important to recognize that the budget for materials was cut by 13%. The article went on to state that, it stated, establishing a public committee of residents to contribute to the selection process. So I hope that by addressing these comments, it's clear to the community that the board does seriously consider all input and suggestions. I listened to this comment. I encourage everyone to submit their ideas in writing, including material selection ideas. However, our professional librarians are exactly that, professional. They have honed skills in collection development, and we do also have policies regarding this. While public input is always welcome and specific requests are sometimes granted, we rightfully give these responsibilities to our librarians. There was another entry in Speak Out on December 8th called One Way to Help. It spoke about a job training program at the Homer Township Library. I agree this sounds like a wonderful program, and I'm sure our librarians will look into the possibility, but in the meantime, please know that we do offer services to job seekers and businesses. We have a dedicated librarian, a business librarian, Judy McNulty, who's very knowledgeable, and we have all kinds of programs online like SCORE and BrainFuse, and we have partnered with the Skokie Library to offer virtual workshops. If you go upstairs, there's all these materials that are available, I mean, tons and tons of things. So while the program that was pointed out sounds wonderful, I just want everyone to know that we do have a lot of things for job seekers. Two more things. Bear with me.
Okay.
Agenda items. Last month, I requested that we add the maintenance position and the trustee vacancy to the agenda. I did so again before Monday, but I was refused. Patty's requests for the agenda have also been refused. This has been going on for months now, and it's unacceptable. The power of the presidency is being abused, and it's more like having a despot than a president in regards to the agenda. But it's also leaving a trail behind. Every time we ask for something and it is ignored, it is on public record. Cindy and I asked over the weekend to add the vacancy to this meeting's agenda in light of the letter we received from the Secretary of State, but it did not get added to the agenda. Instead, it's being postponed to next month. This is reminiscent of the way the levy and the audit were delayed. You're failing in your role as president in so many ways it's hard to keep track. You are putting the library in jeopardy with your actions. And as far as communicating with me before the next meeting about it, it had better be via email, because I will not speak with you on the phone or in person. So for the record, I requested at least twice to have the vacancy added to the agenda. For next month, I request that the strategic plan be on the agenda. It is long overdue, and we haven't had time to think about it. I also request that we address the increasing minimum wage. And lastly, to address the elephant in the room, yes, I am being sued by Joe McCullough, Robert Zalesny, and Gerald Shapansky. I am not holding my office unlawfully, nor usurping any power. I was duly appointed. What I am doing is being a thorn in their side, and so they want me off the board. I don't think it's coincidental that we can trace the beginnings of this case to just after Olivia resigned. The balance tipped out of Joe's favor, and this is one way he's trying to regain a majority. Another way is by obstructing filling the trustee vacancy. I also believe the president and secretary had full knowledge of this case from the beginning. This just illustrates the depths to which half this board will go to get their way. They will not even entertain the idea of compromise, as we witnessed at the levy vote last month. It was Joe's decrease, or he would vote for no levy. All I can do is acknowledge that while half this board fights tooth and nail to remain secretive, vengeful, and abusive, I will do my best to fulfill the duties set before me as a trustee and protect our staff and library as long as I'm able.
Okay, Trustee Keene, can you mention what you asked to be on tonight's agenda, and it's not, I got the vacancy, what else was there?
The maintenance position.
Okay, the maintenance position was discussed in executive session.
Yes, but that wasn't made clear until we got in
I
there.
explained to you in the email response that we do not discuss personnel out in the public.
That's fine, but that doesn't change the fact that when I wrote this before a meeting tonight, I didn't know that. So this is completely relevant.
What are you talking about? I responded to you a few days ago. And as far as the vacancy, Patty asked the same question. I told Patty that we will fulfill the timeline of the Secretary of State's letter because nothing's been filed for the longest time. That's the big issue. And that the second thing is the vacancy needs to be filled forthwith. In my email to Patty, which was sent to all of you, I indicated that I would contact all the trustees for your input and recommendations. How do you want to pursue? And that on the January agenda, we would handle the vacancy. And tonight, you're all raving and screaming. Like, what's the point of communicating?
The purpose is to say that I asked.
And you didn't get a response, and it's not on the agenda?
You're interrupting me. You don't want to be interrupted. Don't interrupt me.
No, you know what? You're being, you are, all you do is try to find fault and trouble, and you never tell the public.
And this is how you talk to me all the time, and I will not put up for it anymore, Carolyn. That's enough.
You're breaking your rules from the beginning.
This is the time you said we can bring up things.
I know,
that
but she's
concern
not
us.
telling the truth. I didn't
That
ignore
is
you.
not true.
Version of the truth.
Oh, wait, did I not email you your response?
Carolyn, I'm saying that I asked for it to be on the agenda, and it is not on the agenda. That is what I said.
Okay, but you don't want the public to know that Carolyn sent me an email and said that she's going to discuss this with all the trustees, and it'll be on the January agenda.
That's
You
not
don't want
what
the
I'm
public
saying.
to know that.
Fine.
That's
No,
not what I said.
The point is, all you do is stir up controversy.
That's enough, Carolyn.
You're
That is
breaking
enough.
your oath
She's all
of
breaking her
office.
own rule. Yes. But
You don't have to like what I said. I don't like what you say either. That doesn't make it untrue.
whatever.
You do it all the time. You're always misconstruing.
Are we
the
ready
truth.
to adjourn?
All right, let's move on.
No, we need to go back to Patty. She's not had her turn.
I would like to talk about the fact that oh no, I don't want to talk that one. Oh, here we go. That's why I say I gotta go back. I would like to talk about the fact our president has been wanting the board to work together. And for months, I've been stating the fact that I feel we should have, when we have meetings with any staff, and it's just 2 board members, should have a person from each side of the aisle. That has happened this month. I've been in one meeting with Carolyn and a staff member, and 2 with Joe. I feel this is hopefully something that we will do in the future. I was a little concerned when I was here yesterday, not knowing what the meeting was about, but knowing that 2 people from the same side were in a meeting with a staff member. And it wasn't until much later I found out what the reason was, so it wasn't horrible, but it's just the idea. I like the transparency issue, especially since our president used to always talk about transparency. I would also like to talk to the fact that our treasurer sued the librarian before he ran for office, and it cost us over $24,000. And the library won that suit, and it still cost us over $24,000. Now that he is a board member, he's suing another board member. How much will this cost the taxpayers? I would also like to talk to the fact that for months I've been trying to get the hiring freeze on the agenda. Well, at least we are getting to hire somebody as a supervisor for building services without worrying about the hiring freeze. It's still in effect. Thank you.
Joe, do you want to respond to the this taxpayers or
There's
whatever?
not going to be any cost to the taxpayers in this lawsuit.
How's that?
How is it, Joe?
I'm not charging any cost, and you're not going to be able to either.
And how is that?
This is not library business, this is a political issue.
Hmm.
You were appointed improperly.
Well, it will all be revealed in the end, won't it?
Yep, it'll be clear in the end.
So wait, just so I'm clear, Trustee Keene, are you saying that it's going to cost the taxpayers?
I believe it will,
Because, why?
because the insurance will cover my legal fees,
What insurance?
the library's insurance.
Interesting.
That's the way it's always been. If one of us gets sued, the insurance will back us up.
Well, wait a minute. The insurance covers your legal fees?
Why don't you do some research?
No, I'm asking, is that what you're telling me?
I
The
already
ins-
stated that.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I already stated that.
That the insurance will cover your legal fees?
I don't believe it does.
Well, fine. Whatever you believe, Joe.
Well, I just wanted to make sure I'm clear.
Okay.
Are there any other comments?
I just want to say I feel like I really don't know what's going on half the time because I don't get the same information apparently that you might email to other board members. So,
Excuse me, Cindy, did you send my email to all the trustees?
So you asked me to forward it, right?
Right.
And yeah, I remember saying this from Carolyn. So you're not getting trustee emails? You didn't get Carolyn's email?
From Cindy.
Well, I would have forwarded Carolyn's email about, what was it about? Just the
It
last
was
one.
about the,
I think it was the Secretary of State letter.
Secretary
And
of
it was my reply to
no, I
Patty.
got the Secretary of State letter.
No, this was my reply
It was her
to
reply
Patty's
to my
email
email.
about the Secretary of State letter and the trustee.
Yes,
position.
I don't think I could tell
Oh.
you what I didn't get.
I know.
Because concerned the executive meeting. So, I'm just saying, in general, I'm not happy about the secret meetings that are going on.
There are
or
no
people-
secret meetings. What are we talking
Well,
about?
If you are in a meeting and we don't know anything about it, that's what we're talking
Okay,
about.
well, how about like all of you don't come to the library and talk to Cindy or talk to Greg? I mean, I never asked you what you're talking about.
lately.
But you have.
I go in usually when I talk to anybody who works here,
Mhm.
it's usually, how's it going? You have a good weekend? I don't normally sit and talk library business.
Well, I've seen you and Becky come here and
I
speak
said
library
usually.
business.
I'm not saying I never have.
But what I'm saying is,
usually.
because I come to the library and I have a question about the fact that our last video was horrible, can
And
we
that's
talk about
fine.
it? No,
That's
but that's
fine.
what you're
No,
saying.
no.
You're calling these
No.
secret meetings.
I said I wasn't sure, and then I found out.
But my point
Secret is when you go to Dunkin' Donuts.
my point is-
So that nobody knows you're doing it. That's a secret.
My point is that you make false statements before you know the truth.
Okay, I'm sorry if you feel I've made any false statements.
Well, you said we have secret
It's
meetings.
all- well,
Yeah, secret
Well,
meetings
did you
off
or did
premise.
you not have meetings
Have
about
meetings
the maintenance
without a
position?
person
No,
from each
she
side
did
of
with
the board.
Joe.
When you have a, and truthfully, I was told with the meetings with Joe, I was not supposed to discuss them with anybody, and I did not.
Well, I'm not
So
asking you to
that is
discuss
why
it.
they're referring to that as secretive.
Well, what you could do
If
is
we
tell
are
them it
told
wasn't
we-
me.
I was told I was not supposed to discuss any of that stuff.
Well, I think when they're accusing me of having a secret meeting, you could say, oh, no, I don't think it was Carolyn.
Carolyn, this has only been the past 3 weeks
Well,
that I have been meeting once with you and twice with Joe. Usually it's you and somebody else from your side. So, like I said, I'm happy. It looks like we're starting to change and hopefully work together.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, we are, I think, do I have a motion to adjourn the
Yes.
regular? Oh, wait a minute. I just have one last thing to say. We only have one person left in in the room. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, I would like to wish all of our library employees and the entire library community a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and a very Happy New Year in 2022.
Thank you.
And that goes to all of us, too.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Cindy, please call the roll.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee McCullough?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keane?
Yes.
6, motion passes.
I just want to find my key.